blood runs black in the shattered field. Demons screaming, swords won't yield. The Raven King laughs, his war cries steel. Heaven burns with a righteous flame. King Stephen's eyes wild, no soul the same. March of angels in the devil's name. Raise the blade, raise the blade. King Stephen's wrath won't ever fade. Through the fire, through the grave, good spirits rise, demons enslaved. Hellfire cracks beneath their feet. Ashes rain where the armies meet.
The Raven King's wings beat the air. King Stephen stands immortal there.
Demons
for breakfast.
Bring the sever the heads, let the blood rain. Murder hell realm and the feudal rage. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Zombies. Flames! Fire! Slaves with a smile on their face. Here you will stay forever in chains. Fire! The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here,
Forever reigns.
the king is here,
Forever reigns.
forever reigns, forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies. The Raven King laughs as the world cries. Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins. Enemies tremble at his name.
The king is here, the shadows bend. Viking axes singing till the bitter end. Madness in his crown, fury in his green eyes. No one escapes when the Raven King rides.
Raven circle, battle's done. His legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
Chaos reigns.
a kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yes, I've been experimenting, trying different things, singing different ways, playing, being playful, having fun, being playful, having fun. It's way too hot for polar bears. It's been very, very hot here. There was a mad Viking that I knew that said that learning should be fun. And it should be. Learning how to put songs together, not just writing lyrics, but different vocal styles, singing different ways, different genres, different styles of music. Should be fun. It is fun for me. But I think in this realm, a lot of people lose track of that. They lose their sense of fun. They lose their sense of joy and curiosity and being playful. Yes, Aunt Jemima is making me lots of iced drinks, trying to stay as cool as possible. I do have air conditioning, so that definitely helps. But even that seems to be almost overwhelmed by how hot it has been. Today, especially. Super, super hot. It's hotter than hell. It's fascinating to me, these other channels, they flip flop from calling it hell, and then all of a sudden they feel good about something and they say, well, it's not hell. We all go back to heaven and all this stuff. They don't want to face reality, and I don't believe that most spirits in this realm are strong enough or honest enough. There's a lot of dishonest spirits in this realm that will never face where they are. And they can't do it. And I can't force them. No one can. I can't make them face reality. Can't make them see it and realize it deeper than the surface with just their eyes or ears. Realize it with their spirit. They don't want to. That includes people that were on my channel over the years. Some that stayed here for a short while. Some that might have been here for a year or longer. Denial works on most humans. And denial is the opposite of facing the truth. And that's most of humanity. They'd rather deny and go into denial and pretend than face the reality of where they are. They don't want to.
Madness.
Madness. I am madness. I am the kill switch. Zombies scream, thunder cracks the pitch. Ending the matrix, shadows fall in line. The Raven King rises, fate is mine. Thunderous, relentless, darkness falls. Team evil crushed as the Raven calls. Doom for demons, judgment is near. Crimes and iron pounding in your ear.
Madness. Masses weep in the storm's embrace. Hellfire flickers on every face. I am the ending, I am the night. Crushing the wicked with purest might.
The kill switch thrown, the matrix undone. Evil defeated, victory won. I am madness.
I am the kill switch.
I'll end this matrix.
I'll end
This matrix.
Seal in the demons.
Forever.
Fire and venom.
Seal them in darkness.
Watch it all fall.
witches, three bitches, three wishes, burn the witches, burn the witches.
The time for evil is over. Team Evil is going to burn and smolder. Flames will rise, smoke will drift. Send the demons into the abyss.
Viking strong,
Viking strong,
pounding drums, I am Viking strong, Viking strong.
Viking strong.
Sound of the drum, I am Viking strong.
Evil will sink in misery.
It's truth that I cherish.
I eat demons
With coffee and cream, Viking strong,
Viking strong.
sound of the drum, I am Viking strong. Mad Viking blood,
We bring the madness.
swords gleam as they should,
Fighting evil is badass.
and we love winning. Viking strong, the Raven King.
Can do anything.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much for your comments, Wendy. I'm looking at your comment on the screen right now. Soaring strings and vocals. Fantastic, King Stephen. You elevated an excellent song into sublime. Thank you very much. That's my newest song, my newest version. Three Witches, Three Wishes, Part 2. I wrote the song, but the original didn't have my vocals. It was many months ago. And this version has my vocals. We don't have very many people tuned in today, it seems like. Mushroom Coyote was talking about me on their stream earlier.
But people were very cruel to me on here when it came to that, and then claimed to be his friend. It was very interesting. It's so bizarre how people will justify doing certain actions and saying certain things just, because they're hurt, I guess. Like, I don't know. It's very strange. I don't want to get into that, but Gravestone said, I've dealt with people in VR chat who were kind to me. I don't know. But again, I'm not going to reward any kind of bad behavior. I'm not going to loved or I didn't care or I wasn't, the moment that my attention was drawn.
It's all about feelings with Mushroom Kai. Always. Always. Excuse me, I need a nap today, I think. I'm just. The heat, being out in the heat earlier has really drained me.
Because it's different than what they're used to. So these are just thoughts. I don't know.
I agree. I think there's some crab in the bucket syndrome there too, right? Because how dare you be a bitter bitch, which you admit that you are, and
Yeah.
but you're trying to actually be happy and better, right? And so people don't like that shit. Junkies don't like when you stop using. You know,
Mm-hmm.
junkies don't trying to actually be happy and better, right? And so
This person said you are a little standoffish with Steven. Just a little, really. Really. Although I'm sure you have your reasons, and that's what they do. They excuse it away. That's human behavior. They always do that.
people don't like that shit. Junkies don't like when you stop using. You know?
Mm-hmm. And I heard this elsewhere recently. When equality is imposed or
Are currently unwilling, right? In the hopes and the faith that they will eventually come around, or to move forward with the people who
directly me. I'm grateful to be. For those who do wish to join, please, the link is dropped. You are welcome to do so. I do believe the way I'll operate, and I noticed some of our favorite guests have been returned. Hanko Flamio, blessings, brother. Thank you for continuing support. Which one of us is people? Is it you, Stephen? I don't know. Where do you fit in, Stephen?
Hello, could you call me the Raven King?
Why?
Well, it's my name. You call other people by their names on here.
I call people what I want. I don't want to call you.
You should be respectful. So what was your question about? What was the question that Hank had on the screen?
Hey, Stephen.
Hey, Jack.
I am respectful. And the fact you don't recognize it, the fact you want to nitpick and find disagreements,
I'm not
share
nitpicking.
my respect. See, what I just started.
Do you think he's respectful? He kicked me off already. He kicked me off his shit show already. He got upset. He got triggered. Look at his face. He got triggered in seconds. He got triggered. Look at his face. Look at this. Look at this idiot. Had on the screen.
Hey, Steve.
Well, it's my name. You call other people by
support. Which one of us is people? Is it you, Stephen? I don't know. Where do you fit in, Stephen?
Hello, could you call me the Raven King?
Why?
Well, it's my name. You call other people by their names on here.
I call people what I want. I don't want to call you.
You should be respectful. So what was your question about? What was the question that Hank had on the screen?
Hey, Stephen.
Hey, Jack.
I am respectful. And the fact you don't recognize it, the fact you want to nitpick and find disagreements.
I'm not
share
nitpicking.
my respect. See, what I just started saying before I went to that chat was I'm going a new way, right? I unhit everyone, and there's already some getting built up again. But at the same time, the panel, when I drop the link, everyone is welcome until they show they are not welcome. And so with that, a much better odds. Welcome back, brother. How are you today, Denizen?
I'm good. I'm I'm dodging work responsibilities and procrastinating with you today.
Well, I
So
hope
I might leave before the stream is over on that note.
that's fair. And I appreciate that. Hopefully I can find something that gives you a little value so that your time is well spent. That it's a good choice, right? And you weren't just wasting time procrastinating, right? Stephen was here. He chose to leave, thankfully. I'm glad to see that because I don't think I was going to bring him back up. Denizen, you don't put up with a lot of that stuff, do you?
No, zero of it.
See, that's where I know I could learn from you. I could. You and others putting these stricter standards on what, well, people can either comply and cooperate or they can get lost, right?
Yeah, like I said when we discussed this before, it just depends what your goal is, right? Because you had a good point about giving people second chances and 50th chances. And it was what you said was logically sound. It made sense. But the question has to be, is that what you want to spend your time doing? Is mentoring to the people who are currently unwilling, right? In the hopes and the faith that they will eventually come around, or to move forward with the people who are willing to jump on the team and come on in for the big win, you know?
And I think I'm at that point where I've learned and experienced the other way enough. It's time to start cutting the rope, right? I don't need to spoon feed these little boys. They want to show up all bitter and negative. They can go elsewhere and they can learn what I learned from someone else, right?
And it's not like they're going anywhere. You know, they always have the opportunity to come right back around in their loop, right back to Jack, and without your um, personal one-on-one tutelage, they can decide to be open to it at any time. Like Steven could literally come back tomorrow with a different attitude, and you would welcome him right back in.
I would.
And he whose name shall not be mentioned could make public efforts to change his behavior and make certain apologies, and then you would slowly over time extend more and more grace to him until he could prove himself as well. Just how you are.
Yeah, it's true. I think I always look for the silver lining. Where's the lesson? Where's the good sign in what's going on? And the fact that I attract so many bitter bitches, it says something about me for sure. But one of the things I think it says about me is they know they're safe. They know they
Yeah.
can attack me and they're not actually going to get hurt, right? I'm not going to be vengeful. So, and a lot of bitter people, they don't get a lot of mercy. So for me, for them, I might be even more triggering because it's different than what they're used to. So these are just thoughts. I don't know.
I agree. I think there's some crab in the bucket syndrome there too, right? Because how dare you be a bitter bitch, which you admit that you are, but you're trying to actually be happy and better, right? And so people don't like that shit. Donkeys don't like when you stop using, you know?
Mm-hmm. And I heard this elsewhere recently. When equality is imposed or offered to the privileged, they can easily find offense, right? And a lot of these people, especially men, they've lived a life where they've gotten away with bossing people around. You know, I don't do real well with that shit. They've gotten away with bossing people around. They find offense, right? And a lot of these people, especially men, they've lived a life where they've gotten away with bossing people around. You know, I don't do real well with that shit. They've gotten away with bossing people around. They find offense, right? And a lot of these people, especially men, they've lived a life where they've gotten away with bossing people around. You know, I don't do real well with that shit.
Two male feminists. They think men are the problem with the realm. They think I'm bossing people around. That's you, Talcott. You're an insecure little narc of a manlet. That's what you are. You're not a man. You're a male feminist, and so's your little kiss-ass denizen. Two losers. Losers.
So, and that's why I think I get along so well with these bitter people, is because
you don't get along well with anyone. You call people bitter just if they disagree with you or challenge you. You're bitter. You don't have anything. You haven't built anything in life. You're a leech.
Because I get it. I really do. However, we are at this time, Denizen. Brother, my heart broke. I looked at the news today, and did you see the slides? These ideas?
I don't think so. All money and currency has been sold as debt. Every household and individual is divided by budgets. What unites communities and nations of today is debt. Wow.
That's currently the way I see it.
Y'all would defend anything. Let's go! Thanks for joining my channel. Y'all would defend anything. Let's go! Y'all would defend anything. Let's go! Thanks for joining my channel. Today we're reacting to a video of this youth basketball game that involved this young Negro kid who could not control his emotions at all. Shocker!
Oh shit. Here we go again.
This video we're about to react to is not even about this kid. It's not about this Negro kid. It's not. It's about how we always find an excuse for bad behavior when it comes to Negroes in the black community. Anyways, without any further ado, let's go ahead and roll the film.
Y'all. You niggas are crazy.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. If the races were reversed, that right there will make national news. And was that racially motivated? I don't know. I mean, it might have been, but I don't know. But every logical and normal, sensible person knows that what that kid, when you see that video, what that black kid did, you'll be like, okay, that was wrong, right? And we're not going to justify his actions, right? And will all Negroes condemn his actions?
Absolutely not.
Check out this comment right here. They will always try to justify violence against white people. That's what these people do. They're crazy. And she had the nerve to say, I'm not going to excuse his behavior. But you were. You did. That's what you were doing. You try to justify why he did that. That is insane. They can't just see things for what it is. They can't just say this is bad behavior. A kid shouldn't do this to another kid. They can't just see that because there is different races involved. There's a black kid and a white kid. Oh, I just gotta find a way to justify the horrible behavior of the black kid. That's why I replied to her post saying what I said. If the races were reversed, will you be saying the same thing? And the answer is
Hell no.
hey man, is to attempt murder. It's like saying if someone talks smack to you or somebody tells you something you don't like or uses a racial slur or something, or the next step is to, try to take their life. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. That's what happened in 2021, I think, with the Dunkin' Donut guy, the guy who he was working at Dunkin' Donuts, and some white guy came in who was like 70 something years old and said a racial slur to him. So he went and hit him, and the man died. The man died over some words, and now you got a record. So stupid. We've already seen these Negroes saying the dumbest things, especially from the Carmelo Anthony case. You already saw, if somebody shoves you, you have every right to knife them in the chest. That's how they think.
I'm on the internet talking about y'all can't stab somebody because somebody pushes you. Bitch, why the fuck not?
That's why I stay away from these Negroes, man. That's why you can't live around this kind of people. They will always find a way to excuse bad behavior, especially when it's black on white. That if it's a black person doing something to a white person, they will find a way, no matter how heinous the crime is, they will find a way to defend the black person. That's how crazy these people are. But I'm not surprised the way these Negroes are. I'm not surprised because you all know by now that a lot of Negroes in America are racist. White people, you have to start realizing this. Some of these people are racist. They hate you. They hate you so much. You have no idea that they hate you. If there were more of them than you, oh my gosh, it's not gonna be good. It's not. And not all black people are like this. I mean, I'm not like this. I don't defend nonsense like this. I don't find a way to defend nonsense. Like I don't do that. Okay. But these Negroes right here, oh man, they hate white people. But the thing is, they also hate themselves. They hate who they are. They hate their history. They hate everything about them. That's why they want to, they always try to steal history from everybody else. We was kings and queens. We was the pharaohs. We was Jesus. We was the Indians. We was everything, because they hate themselves. They hate their own history. That's why they're easily offended by the N-word, because an insult does not offend you. The only time an insult offends you is when there's a little bit of truth behind it, or there's truth behind it at all. Like, for example, you could call Elon Musk broke. He don't care.
A Colorado boy only 14 years old when he shoots and kills a mother after a minor fender bender.
Ma'am, I'm gonna cut your seatbelt, okay? I'm Officer Lipper with the Denver Police Department, okay?
Just hours after shooting her in cold blood, he cries to his own mother at the police station.
I'm sorry, Mom.
Stop. Today's case takes us to Denver, Colorado, where on February 20th, 2021, 32-year-old Pamela Cabrialis was on her way home from dinner with a friend. According to local TV station KUSA, Pamela's family says she was extremely giving, passionate, and loving. They describe her as a social butterfly who was always there if you needed her. Pamela worked as a real estate agent, and she was also a mother to her 6-year-old son, Leo.
Champagne, no?
This part does.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoy it.
In pictures and in videos, Pamela seems happy and full of life. But all of that changed 4 years ago this month. Pamela was behind the wheel of her Range Rover, driving along Interstate 25 that goes right through Denver. When she stopped at a red light at an intersection of I-25 and Colfax, shots rang out. We now know the person shooting was then 14-year-old Remy Cordova. Cordova was in the passenger seat of another car that was driven by this guy named Nishan Johnson. Cordova had thought that the car had been tapped by Pamela's in a small fender bender. And according to court docs, he said, quote, "Can I bust on them?" Johnson then replied, "Do what you gotta do. That's on you." According to KUSA, Cordova got out of the car with an AR-15 and fired 15 to 20 shots into Pamela's Range Rover. Witnesses on the scene say at first they didn't even know what was happening.
Then I heard pop, 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 pop. And at first it didn't register what was happening until the cars in the 2 lanes next to me started going. And then I realized I said, "Oh shit, something's happening," and I ducked down and several more happened. And I pulled next to the car, barely got a glance. It looked as though the window was either rolled down or shot out, but I believe that the window was out. I didn't look at the windshield or see inside the vehicle. And then the car that was in front of them sped off. I went behind them, but pretty far back because they went pretty quickly, and got off on Federal. So they went straight and I got off on Federal, and I didn't obviously see what occurred because the car was obstructing my view. So I didn't know at the time if the shots came from the car in front or inside the vehicle. But that's what I saw. As though the wind
to 20 shots into Pamela's Range Rover. Witnesses on the scene say at first they didn't even know what was happening. "Can I bust on them?" Johnson then replied, "Do what you got." This month, Pamela was behind the wheel of her Range Rover, driving along Interstate 25 that goes right through Denver. When she stopped at a red light at an intersection of I-25 and Colfax, shots rang out. We now know the person shooting was
Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken.
then 14-year-old Remy Cordova. Cordova was in the passenger.
Old cut?
Yeah.
Looks pretty fresh.
I'm under arrest for homicide?
Correct.
I'm up.
On June 16, 2023, a Minnesota state trooper spotted a black Cadillac Escalade speeding northbound on Interstate 35W at 95 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone. As the SUV weaved recklessly through traffic, the trooper attempted to catch up. Moments later, the driver suddenly cut across multiple lanes and exited the freeway at speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour. Seconds later, the Escalade barreled through a red light and slammed into a Honda Civic in a catastrophic collision.
All right, you guys ready? Yep. Open. Clear. Please, hands up. Back. Clear. Okay. Trunk. All right, go ahead and open.
As officers rushed toward the wreckage, they discovered the driver had fled the scene. Despite the catastrophic crash that claimed the lives of 5 young women instantly inside the Honda Civic, the suspect was nowhere to be found. Officers quickly secured the area and began searching for the driver, as the crash quickly turned into a homicide investigation.
Yes.
I saw the driver. I think I saw the driver.
Where?
He ran through that. I don't know if he was wearing a white t-shirt, like a gray skull cap, and some gray-green sweatpants. He was limping. And a beanie hat.
3303, a witness is saying the suspect that fled from the vehicle, state patrol is going after, wearing a white t-shirt,
gray sweatpants and a beanie on his head. What race?
Black. About 6'2".
White shirt, brown pants, possibly bleeding behind Taco Bell, coming from bystanders. White shirt, brown pants.
Hey, we got a guy behind Taco Bell.
Is it black male? Black male?
Black male. Behind Taco Bell.
Black male.
Behind Taco
Let me get your information. Everybody calm down here, okay. What about hair? Height, hair, weight?
Hair is short, he got a short haircut. But you're going to see it because he's bleeding everywhere. You're going to see it because he's bleeding.
He went that way?
He went behind Taco Bell. See, Taco Bell behind Taco Bell, he was going that way. He asked me for a ride. He fell on my car, asked for a ride. I said no.
Okay.
But he went that way.
3, 4 to 1.
You guys see anybody coming over here?
31st.
Why are you bleeding?
Huh?
Why are you bleeding?
303.
Use your hands.
303.
Why are you bleeding?
For officers on scene. Right now, we're supporting state patrol.
This old.
With that vehicle that
It's an old cut. Old cut? Yeah. Looks pretty fresh.
Third and leg locked down.
What's your name?
And then we need to lock down at second and leg.
Stand up.
Your squad car
Turn
is
around.
not in one of those two places. You can move it, please.
Because you're bleeding.
I'm bleeding. What you got to do
Did you
with
fall?
anything? Yeah, this is an old cut, bro.
That looks pretty fresh to me.
This is dried up blood, bro. Okay. All right. Hey, listen. You got
White shirt, brown pants, fits the description. White shirt, brown pants, fits the description.
We're just trying to make sure you're good. Okay. We're just trying to make sure you're good.
Yeah, what's your name?
ID's in my pocket. I'm Derek Thomas.
Can you get your ID out?
Take a photo of this ID and let's go.
You got a fresh blood on you. You do have fresh blood on you, bro. Yeah. That's why I called you out.
Oh, okay.
You know, no idea how that happened.
No, I fell. I slipped. I know
You
what
fell
I
and
did.
slipped. Where'd you fall and slip at?
I fell.
06 Taco Bell's code 4.
Right off Fifth and Lake, right by the
Fifth and Lake?
by the damn auto.
All right. Sounds good. Let's go ahead and get everybody that's not on their 5s or 3s.
All right, man. Yeah, you guys sure he's done it.
White shirt, brown
I'm trying to
pants
get
was
this
the description.
State Patrol guy over here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Button and everything.
That's code 4.
Yeah.
I'm good, bro.
All right, bro, just relax. DeAndre, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. My name is Lewis.
Yeah.
My name is Lewis. So we're just gonna have someone.
I've been here a hot minute, bro.
You literally are sweating.
I
You have
know.
blood on your face.
I just got harassed by the police. I just gave y'all my ID. I took a picture of me and everything.
I understand. Can you just have a seat for me?
Yes, sir.
Sit down.
No, I was sitting all that, sir. I was. Y'all told me to
You want
step
to call
up.
for a state unit?
So why are you blood on your face?
I told you, I bust my right there on Fifth and Lake off that damn auto.
You
Literally.
were running?
Was I running? No.
I guess. Well, how did you bust your face?
I tripped over a log like this right there behind that auto. They have parking spots like this. I tripped over it and I fell. I'm gonna have the state patrol guy come.
Oh, we're just double checking, man.
Yeah, there's no problem. I have no problem with doing that.
It's from the
I know y'all doing y'all job.
cameras.
Yeah.
Do we have a description on the suspect?
Did we get clarification what the event stands for? Is it for a suspect or is it for article?
The shots were hurting is the state patrol accident. They have
Y'all got going on.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on right now. Y'all got shots fired, all type of.
Officers returned to the witness to confirm whether the suspect was the same person she saw fleeing the scene.
We have a guy stopped at the Taco Bell that we think that may or may not be involved.
I just saw him just run by.
Would you be willing to come look at him?
Sure.
Okay.
306 to 303. We have an individual here in Taco Bell. We just want to confirm that this isn't the individual that State Patrol is chasing. If they want to come and ID this dude real quick.
1371. The K9 was for the suspect who potentially ran through an alley here. We have a third perimeter set up before we start doing a track.
306, can we get the description of that suspect, please?
Large black male, 6'2", 620, with blonde dread, brown pants, white t-shirt.
Stand up, man. You know I ain't got no deal. Yeah, come on, I stand up, but I don't have no blonde dreads.
We have that bell in the Taco Bell parking lot.
What, you gonna arrest me for real, bro?
333, we're trying to work out state now.
Oh my God.
Just hold on to that guy. We'll get someone over to check it out here.
Let's just put him in a squad car. Yeah, thank you, please, sir. I don't have blonde dreads or anything, sir. My dreads is not blonde, sir.
We'll check. We'll make sure.
Far from blonde.
Thanks, my man.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
303.
I understand y'all gotta find somebody, but please don't make me be the guy tonight.
Just face the squad here. And separate your feet.
06 copies, I'll send them over.
Another guy in custody? I have no idea. Well, this is the one that case. I don't know if there's another one.
Yeah, that don't even make no sense, bro. Blonde, look at my hair, bro. Blonde hair, bro. She has blonde hair, bro.
We just double check.
It's not you.
Why does it look shaky, man? Did you like
handcuffs, bro? Tight, bro.
03, let's get that table all the way to third.
Bro,
I get it, bro.
Y'all, is y'all detaining me?
Yeah, you're being detained. That's what I said. That's what I told you, right?
No, but I'm saying because you just told me that you was waiting on somebody to pull up.
Yep.
Now you telling me that
we got the confirmation, man. We're just gonna double check again, right? With the state trooper.
I don't want to make y'all mad. I just want to go home, bro. That's all, bro. Y'all took a picture of my ID. Y'all have everything about me. And I don't understand what is the reason of y'all still detaining me.
What's going on?
Ooh.
03, you have that.
What's your leg hurt?
Since you already talked to the first one, can you please get her information?
Yeah.
So,
you want me to do another tape statement?
Yes. Whoever is coming here with that suspect, the person that may or may not be the suspect, we're going to have them look at that person. That's why we don't want to let go.
Keep your I'm going to go make contact with our people. And I'll come back and find you to get there, okay?
Okay.
We're gonna to the parking lot of this McDonald's right here, and we may or may not have someone in the back of a squad car that you may recognize.
What, are you just gonna see me though?
No.
Jump right in.
You ready? Yeah, so we're gonna show up, and obviously with the lights that you can't see who the witness is, and basically spin them around. Good?
It is gonna be hard with these handcuffs.
Yeah, I hear you. You want some help with your feet?
Nah, it's just hard to get out there with these handcuffs. Yep. Please, this is nothing.
That's not my job. All right, buddy, walk forward, please. Keep walking. We'll go to the front of the squad car.
Please tell them that this is not me. I'm 6'5". It's not hard for me to be mixed. I am 6'5". My hair is not blonde. My hair is red. Can you please tell them that this is not me?
Okay, ma'am, so we're going to bring out the suspect, the possible suspect. I want you to tell me if you recognize him or not.
Okay.
Do you recognize them?
Yeah, he had gray sweatpants on and a white t-shirt, yep.
Ma'am, I can't really hear you.
Yes, he had a white t-shirt on.
Do you recognize him, yes or no?
Yes, white was dark, but he had a t-shirt like that on and gray and green sweatpants.
So I need a yes or no, ma'am?
Yes.
Can you turn to... She said that's him. Ma'am, do you recognize him?
That's the one I seen running through my neighbor's driveway. Yes.
Did you see him running through your neighbor's driveway?
I mean my neighbor's yard, yeah.
From where? Do you remember?
From the crash.
From the crash? Okay. Alright.
They want me to turn again? Face this way still? Forward?
Again. Me again. Can you please tell them that this is not me? Ooh. Ooh.
See?
Okay.
He can't walk.
But you 100% saw him running from the crash?
Yes.
Do you see how this looks? When I found you, you were sweaty like you'd been running. You had blood on your face and you had blood on your hand.
And that's fine. But I understand the protocol that you guys are going through. I understand that 100%, and I don't fault you guys for that.
So you know we have to go through all the process.
I'm being patient with you guys, but come on now, bro. Handcuffs in the back of the police car, bro. I just gave y'all my ID. I gave y'all everything that y'all asked me for, bro. I didn't do nothing for you guys to put me in the back of the police car. You feel me? The police officer just came, just told y'all it wasn't me, bro. It's not me, bro. Like, y'all know this. That's why y'all already finna woke up, because y'all know it's not me. I mean, I'm here, so we can do what we gotta do. I mean, I don't have no choice, but I got things that I wanna do with my project. I know y'all got a job that y'all gotta handle, so I'm willing to work with y'all. Please don't have me out here all night. Please don't have me out here all night. Yeah, that just looked bad, though. Do you not agree? Like me getting out of police
You
car?
match perfectly of the description that we're looking for.
I don't, though. Y'all said brown pants. I don't have on brown pants.
I mean,
This is not nowhere near brown. Y'all said 10.
someone could see brown.
You said tan hair. My hair is blackish as red.
You realize camouflage is brown for deer hunting, so you camouflage with fall leaves, which are brown leaves.
This is tan.
That's literally camouflage pants, man.
This is tan.
Which is a shade of brown, right?
No, they said brown, like brown pants, and then they said that I had tan hair.
You know how quick that happened?
That's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, that's definitely fine. I know that this y'all job, that y'all gotta do what y'all gotta do. That's why I want to work with y'all. I don't want to be a or anything like that. I know how this procedure goes. I appreciate you. You have been nice to me.
I've been trying.
I really do. I appreciate it.
So, is he gonna be released?
Nope. He's under arrest.
All right, you are under arrest. So I'll put you back in the car.
Yeah, I got you. Y'all have a nice day.
Just want to give people an update here. Suspects in custody for criminal vehicular homicide. We have car 21 in route to the scene.
For homicide? They said homicide?
Correct.
For what?
Can't talk to you about it, bro.
I thought you just said wasn't nobody injured.
There's a lot of people injured.
Wow. That's sad.
Uh-huh.
And I'm under arrest for homicide?
Correct.
Is you serious?
Yep, I'm not lying.
What the For an accident? That's what you just said that happened?
I'd never said accident.
You said
just said it.
You said it was shooting going on and you said it was an accident. I asked you specifically, I said, is anybody hurt? You said, no, there was no one hurt.
Well, that was before I was told, and there's people hurt.
Oh.
Obviously, it's a homicide now, right?
Me personally, that's up. It's up that people got injured. I'm up.
Why are you up?
My foot is up. I told you that already.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, might as well get medical attention.
No, I know. EMS is on their way.
Somebody died?
That's what a homicide is, right?
That's up. So how could somebody die and you not tell me no like that? I was wondering why was all these police cars out here.
Didn't I tell you I didn't know?
Yeah, you said you was gonna get updates.
Yeah, when I talked to you at Taco parking lot, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely no idea.
Is there any way that I can like post bail or anything like that?
I'm sure there is a way. I don't know. Once I bring people to jail, I have no idea what happens after.
Is this a cool job for you?
I love my job. Honestly, I feel like I help a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to do as a little kid, you know?
Yeah. I wanted to be a pilot.
Oh, why not?
They told me I was too tall to fit in the cockpit.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, they say since I'm 6'5", I can't fit in the cockpit. So.
Wow.
Following the crash, Derek John Thompson was taken into custody in connection with the deaths of 5 young women who had been spending the evening together as they prepared for a friend's wedding. As the case moved through the courts, Thompson custody in connection with the deaths of 5 young women who had been spending the evening together.
Yeah, they say since I'm 6'5", I can't fit in the cockpit. So.
Wow.
Following the crash, Derek John Thompson was taken into custody in connection with the deaths of 5 young women who had been spending the evening together as they prepared for a friend's wedding. As the case moved through the courts, Thompson denied being the driver, claiming his brother was behind the wheel. But surveillance footage from the airport showed Thompson renting and driving the Cadillac Escalade before the crash. His brother was behind the wheel. Moved through the courts, Thompson denied being the driver. Moved through the courts, Thompson denied being the driver, claiming his brother was behind the wheel. But surveillance footage from the airport showed Thompson renting and driving the Cadillac Escalade before the crash. Witness testimony, vehicle data, and his own statements to hospital staff further dismantled his defense. In June 2025, a Hennepin County jury found Thompson guilty on all 15 felony counts, including 5 counts of third-degree murder and 10 counts of criminal vehicular homicide. The following month, he was sentenced to more than 50 years in state prison, combined with a separate 14-year federal sentence for the drugs and firearm found inside the Escalade. Thompson is expected to spend around 64 years behind bars. But for the victims' families, Thompson's apology did little to ease their grief.
For over 2 years, he refused to take responsibility for what he did, sitting there with that smug look on his face. Zero care at all. He made us sit through 2 trials. He put our family through so much.
I am truly sorry. There has been a burden on my back for 25 months. because I wasn't able to say, I'm sorry.
For exclusive clips and behind-the-scenes content, join us on
Hello, hello, my tickets. Oh, what's this here? I found out she's friends with little Derek, Green Wizard. And that's why she doesn't want to come over to my channel. She's in the Green Wizard cult, the cult of fools. She's under the influence of a demon.
Um, so in this recording, I want to try to go.
Dull eyes, babushka woman. Babushka. Dull eyes. She fits in good with The Walking Dead, like Derek.
Again into the subject of the overall picture of what is happening to us here on Earth, mainly from the perspective of taking into account this AI and these data centers. This is going to be my main focus, AI and data centers. But in order to understand what these things are truly for, we need to just, let's say, zoom a bit out or go a bit back and understand more of what the holistic or the integral picture of what's going on with us here on Earth. So I'll start by making a short overview of what's going on Earth with us. And much of what I'm going to describe right now is knowledge and information, let's say, or knowledge that, or understandings that have been acquired through what I could describe as internal knowledge. Internal understandings, internal sight, memories, let's say. Of course, it's always correlated with external knowledge, like things that I've heard from some people here and there, which was a more veridic type of knowledge. So it's not strictly internal knowledge. It is always correlated with external knowledge, but only some type of external knowledge, which, you know, my internal self recognizes as true. So, okay. So what I'm seeing currently, so my picture currently, my let's say, the bigger picture that I have right now, and it's still not fully complete, but I'm just going to try to put into this recording the picture that I have right now. So I'll start by saying that there is this force this demonic, soulless force. It is a force, it is, let's say, a form of intelligence, a form of consciousness, a being, let's say, that has lost its soul. So it is a form of consciousness without a soul. I won't go into this recording on what happened, because I'm also seeing what happened to this, let's say, form of consciousness or intelligence or whatever that lost its soul. I'm also seeing some of those puzzle pieces, but I'll start this recording only from this understanding that there is this demonic force which has lost its soul. It doesn't have access to its own soul, and thus it is soulless, and thus it is demonic, because that's what the technical, let's say, understanding or definition, at least for me, of what a demon is. A demon is a soulless being. So this force is demonic because it has no soul. And what I see is that this is a sort of like real being from the eternal kingdom that has lost its soul. And the thing is that instead of doing the necessary steps, into acquiring back its own soul, it's trying to buy time. And in the meantime, it is stealing the soul essence of others. Now, I also have to point a bit on what is a soul, because this is the main, like, the epicenter, let's say, of the entire thing that's going on here on Earth. It's like it's a battle for the soul, but we have to understand what is a soul. Why is this battle for the soul? Why is this being, what has this being lost that when it lost its soul, and so on. So the soul we have. Let me start from this. Just what we are in our truest nature. It's like in our truest being, we have two main forces or two main parts, two main core parts of ourselves, which is a soul and a spirit. Or you can regard it as these two primordial forces of existence, which is the feminine and the masculine. And the feminine is the soul, and the masculine is the spirit. And the feminine holds the power, and the masculine holds the knowledge. So how it works, how creation works, is that the masculine, it all starts from the masculine somehow. So the masculine is the one which conceives an idea, a vision, and an intention, a will for what life needs to be. But then the masculine is not the actual creator of reality. The masculine is only the one which conceives the intention and the vision for what the world should be, for what life should be. The one which actually creates reality is the feminine. And she is, as I described, the power. She holds the power of making things be, of creating, of creation, of manifestation. So the feminine takes the idea, the vision, and the intention that the masculine conceives, and she makes it real. She gives it life. She makes it be. So she, the feminine, is this force, this power of manifestation, creation. And so the feminine is what we can describe as our soul, our anima, and the masculine is what we can describe as our spirit. You know, our true, let's say, intelligence, our true genius intellect. That's the spirit. That's the masculine. But the heart, let's say, the soul, it's the feminine. And she is the creator. She is the creator of our entire world. Everything you see comes from the soul. She creates everything, and she creates everything through herself, through her body. She gives life to things through herself. So everything you see and touch and hear and smell and whatever, you are interacting with the soul. It's just a manifestation of the soul. It's the substance of the soul everywhere. I won't go into more detail. I could go so much in detail about the soul and the spirit, but I will stop it here for this recording. It's enough. All I wanted to put here is the understanding of what a soul is. So a soul is your center of power. It's where your life force energy stems from. It's what gives you the ability to create things, to manifest things. It's also where actions come from. You know, the ability to move, you know, to do things, the power to do things, you know, to act, to make things be. That's the feminine. She's the creator. Okay, so that's the soul. The soul is the part of us which has the power of creation and manifestation. It's also the part of us which it can be described like this source of this life force, the fountain of life, from where this essence, this force stems from. You know, the ether of the heart, from which everything else then is created from. That is generated in the heart, in the soul. Okay, so we had to understand a bit what the soul is. So we understand what exactly is this entire battle for. Well, now you might understand it a bit more. The battle is for the power of life, for this essence that is able to make things be, to manifest things. That's what the war is for. So now you might understand also that this being that I'm referring to, this demon, which is a soulless being, when it lost its soul, it lost its feminine counterpart. And it remained without power. It remained without power of creation and manifestation. And when you are in the eternal kingdom, let's say, it's very, very, very hard not to have power of creation and manifestation, because in the eternal kingdom, we are all creators. Like, if you do not create, you become an impotent being. It's just, what are you even existing for? If you can't create your ideas, imagine having all these brilliant ideas or any type of idea, but no power to ever manifest them. You know, it's excruciatingly painful. So now we have this demon which lost its soul. That means it lost its power of creation and manifestation, and now it just has all these ideas, let's say, but without a power to manifest them. And the strategy of this being, which is of course a treacherous strategy, was to steal the soul essence from other beings which have a soul, and use their power of creation to manifest its ideas, its visions, its intentions. Do you understand what we are dealing with here? It's just that's the entire battle. That's what the battle is for. We have this demon which, instead of walking, let's say, the legitimate path back to its own soul and try to redeem the mistake that it did, which made it lost its soul initially, instead of doing that, it is trying to buy time and steal the soul essence from others so that it can create its creations and manifestations, which are very dark and corrupted also, by the way. So let's move on to the next stage of our understanding. Now that we understand what this demon is, what happened to it, why is it so lusting for the souls of others, what is a soul, and all of this. Now, let's move on the other stage of our understanding here. I'm trying to simplify it. So the thing is that what I'm seeing is that this demon has empires in the eternal kingdom, which, let's say, empires of darkness. And it has technologies, and it has, buildings, and it has races, different races of beings, armies, let's say. But as you can imagine, as I described, this demon, because it can't create on its own, it has zero power of creation and manifestation, all these empires, all these technologies that it has, even the races, of its armies of darkness and its minions and its soldiers of darkness and so on, to be able to create all of that, all those empires of darkness, it is using our soul essence, our power of creation and manifestation, to put those dark ideas into practice and to prop up its dark kingdoms. So, in the eternal kingdom, unfortunately, there have been kingdoms of life conquered by this demon, which has terraformed those original kingdoms of life into kingdoms of death, into kingdoms of darkness. It has took over those specific kingdoms and it has transformed them into its own kingdoms, into its own vision, into its dark, corrupted vision. As you can imagine by now, this is the land that we are on right now. It's one of these kingdoms that have been conquered by darkness, by this corrupted form of darkness, by this demon. And this land here has been under siege. And this demon has worked, of course, to destroy the original life forms, to destroy the original whatever this kingdom had here, and to terraform it into its one of its subsidiaries, let's say, of its kingdoms of darkness. That's where we are. We are on a land which has been conquered by this demon. And as you can see, we are fighting right now. We are fighting this force of darkness that has taken over this land. We are fighting to regain the freedom of this land. So, okay. Now this is clear, the kingdoms of darkness and what this demon has. It has empires of darkness on let's say, what could be described like the other side, or the real side, or the eternal kingdom. It has empires of darkness, illegitimately taken from others, abusively. And see, in order to prop, as I described, all these kingdoms and empires of darkness and all of its technologies, it has technologies, of course. It has, as I described, races of armies of beings that serve him. And thus it has to create them with something, and it uses our soul, our power of creation and manifestation, as I described, to create all those technologies and all those buildings and everything that it has in its kingdoms. Now, the other understanding here is that, see, you have to understand that when you lack this life force energy that would allow you to create, and you need to import it from others, what this demon has is also legitimately what can be described as soul banks. It has storage facilities in which it stores soul essences, souls. Because, see, it cannot risk remaining without this type of energy. So, see, all this essence that it steals and siphons, let's say, from other real souls, it always stores it in what can be described as soul banks, storage facilities. And then it uses the energy stored in these soul banks, the souls stored in these soul banks, to then create its technologies, its buildings, its races of beings, and so on.
So this chick with the babushka is a friend of Derek, Green Wizard. She's been invited to my channel various times, and I just saw her comments recently on his channel. I can tell they're friends, and that's why she doesn't come around on my channel, because she's in the cult of Green Wizard. Denisa. So they're complimenting her, and I strongly disagree with her. She's saying the soul is feminine and the spirit is masculine, and that the feminine creates. Women in this realm have it in their heads through feminism that they create life. No, you're a container. You're like an incubator for life. You don't create life. Your womb would be barren forever without a man. You wouldn't create anything. You wouldn't create a baby, and you wouldn't create a village. You wouldn't build anything. You wouldn't build a city. And women don't. You've had thousands of years here to prove otherwise, and you don't. So I'm going to make a video at some point deconstructing and debunking this shit that so many millions of women, including European women or ones of European stock in Canada and America and elsewhere, believe in, that they're the great creators of life. Really? Well, I've seen some old maids in my life, including relatives of my parents growing up, that never had children, and they went batty as fuck, and they weren't able to make a baby without a man. They ended up old ladies with no children. So explain that to me. I think women, modern women, are desperate to put themselves on a pedestal and to pretend that they create, that they're the great creative force. I don't think so. When I look at this realm, I see who the creative force is. And it isn't feminine. And it isn't females. It isn't women sitting around complaining and man-hating. What exactly are you creating? I create every day. Well, you can't give birth to a baby. Well, you can't make a baby without a man. You're an incubator. That's what your womb is. Your womb doesn't create life. Your body will keep making eggs and you just flush them down the toilet. In reality, you don't want to look at it that way. You want to view it as you women create life. No, you don't. You don't. You want to pretend that you don't need men. You're wrong. And there's a lot of you like that. It's not just this chick. There's a lot like that. There's a lot that'll come out in conversation if you talk with them long enough. All the messed up, screwed up things that they believe.
So that's the other understanding here. Soul banks. It has numerous of these storage facilities in which the souls are trapped. It literally catches and traps souls in these soul banks and keeps them trapped, keeps them locked there, and then uses them for their essences. Right, okay, I've managed to put this so far. So I'll continue now. Now I want to look at the earth here. Let's understand a bit what happens to us here. Here it's a bit fuzzy for me, so I might not be as clear as before. I might need to use more words because it's still a bit fuzzy for me as well. But I'm trying. It's like an image which is a bit blurry. So let me start from the where do I start? Okay, let's start, let's say, from the beginning. So this land here was originally part of the eternal kingdom, of the kingdom of life. Okay, I'll also add this in shortly, that why I say land and I'm not saying earth. It's because
I think she's from Romania, a babushka. She's a friend of Derek DeCarlo, Green Wizard. She's under his spell. And she's very lost.
this sensation that earth is a much bigger territory I'm pretty convinced. I mean, for me, it's 100% certain. Earth is enormously large. And what we know of the Earth, you know, the map that we've been...
Only a fool would say they're 100% certain. She's one of these that is probably going to say the map only shows part of the flat Earth, that it's infinite, that there's these other great lands, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful. I bet she's going to hype up the Earth and claim that if only we had access to more of the land, we're just being contained in a small area. Eric Dubé believes that, and others as well. So she's not really that different. And it lights up their faces to believe that there's more land out there on Earth beyond the ice wall. It just lights up their faces because they're fools. They think that's freedom, just like it lights up faces of idiots that believe if only we had free access to free energy out of the air, out of the ether, all would be wonderful. It wouldn't change much at all, except your electricity bill. You'd still be ruled over by evil. And people don't like that. They'll call it negative, they'll call it whatever. But most people in this realm, people are not thinkers. They're looking for something, even if it's fake, to make them feel good. They don't want to face reality, which is why most of you are stuck here. I know I can get out, but I can't help beings like this get out. All it would take to keep her here is tell her, you know what, you're going to beyond the ice wall where there's islands and they're paradise on Earth. It's on Earth still, but it's paradise. It's out there beyond the ice wall and these islands that are not on the map. That's where you're going, Denisa. Fuck, I could have her fooled and reincarnated in seconds. Look at her face. That tells me so much right there. It's revealing. Her face lights up when she just dreams about other lands here. That's all it takes. Simple. Because she's a simpleton. And she doesn't want to admit what this realm is.
And what we know of the Earth, you know, the map that we've been given, let's say this territory that we are on right now, this is just a small, absolutely small fraction of the Earth. That's why I'm calling it a land. This is just a land on an Earth which is undescribable in terms of...
Prove it. Where's your evidence that it's so much bigger? Can you show me evidence? You're making these claims with no proof of evidence. Where's your proof of claims? Sorry, is what I meant to say. Where's your evidence or your proof of your claims? Where is it? I just get tired of this. I don't know why most people don't. I suspect most people are mentally and spiritually so different from me, I might as well be speaking to snails in the forest. Because they'll listen to this and go, well, this sounds wonderful. The Earth is this big land, and that we're just in a small portion, and it's incredible. Well, where's your evidence? That's the difference between me and most of you humans. You don't require evidence. You just want belief. You want more fairy tales, and you call yourselves truthers, a lot of you. You just want to be followers in a cult like her. That's what she looks like to me. She has the look of a cult follower. Her eyes, her body language, expressions on her face. Beings like this can be so spellbound and so easily duped by entities. It just must be child's play for them, must be laughable. They must be laughing.
Just a land on an Earth which is undescribable in terms of...
She's undescribable. Personifying the Earth as a female, yet again, women love to do this. Mother Earth, she's this, she's that. Really? Really? They want everything to be female, everything that matters. It's just ridiculous. It's insecurity coming right out of you. It's not confidence. It's at the base of it is insecurity. That's where it derives from, is your own insecurities. You want to make everything female. Because you don't feel very special or important in your own life. That's why. You're a lonely old woman, aging rapidly, probably never married, no children. Good job. So worship the earth as a goddess.
Size. It's enormous. So
where's your fucking proof that earth is enormous? Where are the measurements? Where's the proof? Show me some proof, please.
this land that we are in right now, it's part of an original kingdom of life which exists on this extended earth. There are numerous kingdoms of life on earth. And this land here has been taken over by this demon some time ago. Maybe not so long ago, although the original invasion, I think, happened.
What kind of demon, lady? The earth was taken over by a demon.
Maybe, in human years, in what we describe like our general calendar, maybe 10,000 years ago or something like that. I'm going by internal feeling here, but there was the initial invasion of this land, and then there were.
You're going by internal feeling. Wow. Kuchi chakra prophecies from the babushka Romanian woman. Kuchi chakra prophecies.
Subsequent attacks. So it was an initial attack and then other attacks.
It was probably a man's fault. It must be a male demon that took over the earth. Bound up the earth, maybe. Maybe she'll have some great fantasies or something. There's a lot of weirdos out there. Absolute weirdos.
So maybe the first one was, let's say, 10,000 years ago. Then there was another one, 8,000 years ago. Then another one, 5,000 years ago. And it just continued. It was like a siege, like you see in battles, sometimes even in.
Oh, it was a siege. Every 1,000 years or so. Just kept going. Where's your evidence for any of this? For your whole theory? Is any of it based on evidence that's observable? Or is it just your feelings? Is it coming right out of your Kuchi chakra? Like, where are you getting this from? You're just making it up.
This, official history that we've been given, they've been telling us like when an army would go to siege a certain fortress, let's say, sometimes one of these sieges could take 20 years, 30 years. So it wasn't like a fast conquer of that fortress. So I think this might have been what has happened to this land here as well. I think it was an initial attack, but this demon continued to send attacks on this land here, and maybe we fought back, the original beings here fought back, and maybe there was a resistance. I'm convinced of it. I mean,
maybe.
So there was a war, and we are still under that war. That's the thing. So we are still under that siege, as you can see. But there were numerous attacks, but not so many. I think maximum 5 attacks or 6 maximum. That's what I'm seeing internally. So there were these 5 or 6 attacks, but each of them damaged us severely.
She needs a crystal ball to complete the look here, because she looks a bit like a fortune teller, like one of those Eastern European fortune tellers.
And what I'm seeing is that at some point, I think this demon really was able to take over this land, to install its dominion over this land. And it used this land here.
Mooby, mooby, moobs. Moo, 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 moobs. Mooby, mooby, moobs. Moo, 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 moobs. I don't know why that popped in my mind, but this is just fucking ridiculous. I can't take this. I can't take this woman seriously. She's a friend of little Derek, little D, Derek DeCarlo, the Green Wizard, the Angry Garden Gnome. That's her buddy.
Like a farm. Literally like a farm for souls. It terraformed this land into a growing farm, into a crop, a soul crop.
Yeah, you're just copying from Bob Monroe. This isn't your original idea. Bob Monroe with his loosh farms. You're just copying. That's all you're doing. You're pretending you're seeing this stuff and you're just copying. You're just like the rest of them, just a copycat.
You could view it as a garden, but the denatured and dark version of a garden. This demon has used this land here, which was probably one of the most, I can see that it had to be one of these most majestic and magical kingdoms.
It's a dump. They're always hyping it up. Case, Kismet, Spiral, this chick, tons of them hype up this place. Lolita and others. It's a dump. It's a toxic waste dump. That's what it is. And there's so much here that's dangerous and it's indefensible if you actually look at and study what this place is. But most won't do that work. They won't spend the time. They'd rather do what she's doing.
Because to majestic and magical, this demon has used this land here, which was probably one of the most, I can see that it had to be one of these most majestic and magical kingdoms, because to create a crop of souls, right? To create a soul farm, it's like, well, it's just like in a garden. When you want to make a garden, you choose the place of the garden on the most fertile soil. You make a garden where you find a soil which is extremely fertile. And when you speak about soul crops, well, you have to find a fertile ground where souls can naturally thrive or grow, if you can understand what I'm trying to describe here. So that's why I'm saying that this earth or this land here must have been one of these magical places, because it's very fertile for souls, to come here and want to grow here, want to be here, want to experience themselves here. There must have been something extremely majestic and something extremely beautiful and magical about this place originally. I'm convinced of that.
You're convinced of a lot of things.
So that's the next thing that we have to understand, that this demon uses this land here specifically for growing souls. It's a soul farm, or it's more accurate to describe it like a crop rather than a farm. And you will understand very soon why I'm saying that. Oh, God. Oh God. Okay. I'm trying to simplify.
I bet she does believe in a good God. I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Oh God. Oh God. Okay. Oh God. Oh God. Okay.
Fuck your God. Fuck the monster that you call God. The satanic thing that you love.
Okay. I'm trying to simplify so much because I'm seeing so much in just I'm trying to simplify it. So this demon has taken over this land and has terraformed this land into a soul crop in which it can grow souls and then harvest their essences and store them in its soul banks. Now we enter into the idea of the cycles and understanding cycles. So what are these cycles? Why is this demon using these cycles? I don't believe I actually see that this earth, this land here, how it was in its original form, there were no seasons. There were no such thing as summer, winter, repeating like this, cyclically repeating like this. Oh my God, no freaking way. This was a singular season, let's say, or organic form of life. There were no such thing as seasons repeating themselves like this, cyclically. But now there are, because this demon has altered it has literally interfered and altered either the geology of this place, either some atmospheric forces, something, but it altered this place in which now we have seasons. And seasons are necessary for its crop of souls. And not only natural seasons like we see on Earth, like spring, summer, autumn, and winter, it also has its type of cycles of creation and destruction. So what it does is that it allows us to stay here on Earth. The first season, let's say spring, the spring of the soul, let's say, it allows us to spring and start, enjoying life and creating things and being a creative soul, right? It doesn't tell you, it's not threatening you in this spring season or summer season. It's not threatening you, it's not abusive, it just allows you to be here on this land. And you start, like a human being, you create, your bodies and you create your societies and you start inventing things and you start making art and you start making music and you're just an expressive soul, because that's what you are, as I described, the soul is the creative part of us, and you start creating all these things. And we start creating beautiful music and we start creating beautiful, undescribable architecture and we start creating undescribable living technologies and all of this stuff. And oh my God, it's just the beauty, the majesty, that what we create is just undescribable. So it allows us to do all of that in one of these peaceful seasons, let's say, in which it doesn't interfere with us. So it's almost like it wouldn't even tell there is a dominion over this earth, although we can't escape it. That's the other thing. It's enclosed. It has tuxes over this land and it has completely enclosed it. But for us here, brainwashed and so on, we don't know that we are even enclosed, let's say. And we create things and we create relationships and music and friendships and inventions and technologies and architecture and all of this stuff. Culture, right? Culture and creation. So why it allows us to do that? It's because when we create from our heart, from our soul, we our own soul expands. The soul grows by expressing itself. When you allow your soul to create, to be, it grows. So it needs us to grow. It grows souls. That's what you have to understand. This is a soul crop, soul farm. So in order to grow souls, you have to allow them to create, because that's what a soul is. So that's the season in which it allows us to create, to manifest, to be. So we grow as a soul here. And then it comes that horrible experience, undescribable, in which the destruction starts coming over us. You know, and all of a sudden, all our creations, all our inventions, all our art, all our technologies, all our everything, even our relationships, everything is just completely, the force of evil, the force of darkness comes over us and freaking just ravages everything, just destroys everything. That's the harvest. That's the freaking harvest. When it comes and just cuts everything and destroys everything that we have created and extracts the soul from everything that we created and just stores it in its soul banks. And it stores us as well. Most of us, it stores us in its soul banks. And what it does then is just it destroys absolutely everything, extracts the essence of everything that we've created, including ourselves, and it stores it in its soul banks. And then it's just like you do here when you have a garden. You know, autumn comes, you just pull all the plants, everything, and you just plow the soil, and then you plant new seeds for spring, and you allow those seeds to sprout, and you just begin a new season. So it destroys everything. It just plows the land, you know, it just whatever, makes a bit of cleanliness, let's say, and then it just populates new souls from the same soul banks, you know, from where it has us stored. It allows us again to come here on the earth, on an earth and on a land which is more devastated than the previous one. But we don't know, because we are born here without memory of anything. But we, again, like a pure, innocent, you know, completely mind-wiped soul, the first thing is that you're here, you're on the earth, you recognize your place. It's just, man, oh God, this kind of things are a bit ugly here in this, you know, because we see the earth like our home, man. It's just, but it's just, oh, kind of ugly things in this home. Like let me beautify it a bit, let me clean it a bit, let me do things again a bit, and we start again creating things, again new technologies, again new art, again new relationship, again new inventions and writings and music and all of this stuff. So we again revive the earth with our life, with our beauty, with our creations, with our magic, with our majesty, with all of this, man. It just becomes again a bit of beauty on this land. And of course the tragedy then happens again, because it comes and destroys absolutely everything again, man. It's just all our creation, everything, absolutely everything. And then the same thing happens. It just extracts all the soul essence from all those new creations that we did and stores all that essence in its soul banks, destroys everything, plows the land, arranges the land here and there. And then it again brings us from its soul banks, again implants us here, again we start doing the same thing, and over again. That's what it has been using this land for, I think, for the last 5,000 years. And I don't know the duration of a cycle. Right now, the last one, I think it started 250 years ago. the last destruction, the last harvest and the last destruction was around, I think, 1750 or 1800s, around that time. And I've seen many agreeing that there is this 250 to 300 years ago, they call it the last reset. I was seeing this stuff before I even knew there were these theories of the reset and the mud flood theory and all of this. So that's how I knew that these guys are right with this. I had these sensations that not so long ago, around 200 years ago, we could still talk to the trees. We could still, oh my God, life was magic here on Earth, even 200 years ago. And all the history is false. I had these sensations on my own. Life was magic here on Earth. Life was magic here on Earth. Even life was magic here on Earth. Life was magic here on Earth, even 200 years ago. And all the history is false. I had these sensations on my own without even knowing that there are these people which actually speak about this. And then I found them, and then I knew that, oh, wow, it's just, this is a true thing which I was seeing internally, and they are onto something true as well. So this is what this demon has done here on this land. And maybe you can understand how that it has been extremely atrocious and tiring, man. To go through to see your most beautiful things destroyed so many times, your most beautiful music, your most beautiful inventions, everything taken away from you. Everything, absolutely everything. And tiring, man. To go through to see your most beautiful things destroyed so many times, your most beautiful music, your most beautiful inventions, everything taken away from you. Everything, absolutely everything. And not only that, it comes and destroys everything, but it extracts, it says, the essence from everything that we create. And then the other thing that has to be understood is that it also steals our creations from us. So it allows us to create all these things, all the music, all the architecture, the art, the foods, everything. We create so many things. In the past, we were creating undescribable lands. We could create trees. We could create nature. It was just unbelievable. We created most of these trees and everything that you see. It's our creations. We created them. We created these fruits. We created all of this stuff. And what it does is that it steals our creations from us. When it destroys everything, it also steals the genetic code, let's say, the blueprint of all our creations, and it stores those as well. And then in the next cycle, when it props everything back again, it uses our creations, and wait, what's the word? It steals our creations from us. When it destroys everything, it also steals the genetic code, let's say, the blueprint of all our creations, and it stores those as well. And
Hello. Now, I realize this is just in seconds available on Google, so it could be inaccurate, obviously. But I wouldn't be surprised. It's claiming that in 2024 that there are 214,000 hospitals on Earth. That's a lot of buildings, isn't it? 214,000. So think of a city that size and that many people, and just think of a hospital. That's like a good sized city, 214,000 people. Would be a medium to large size city. It's not the biggest city in Canada, but it'd be a fair sized city. But there's that many hospitals. Why are so many hospitals needed? in this great realm that people love? Why are there hundreds of thousands of hospitals needed in this place? Why?
Then in the next cycle, when it props everything back again, it uses our creations, and wait, what's the word? I'm not, there was a word here, but the idea is that it takes the creations that we created in the previous cycles, and now in the new cycle, it uses our creations as if it was his, and it sends its minions here to create art. Let's say it makes its own artists here on Earth, but the art that these minions of the devil.
How many nurses? Approximately 28 million nurses in the world. And that's not nearly enough, it says. More nurses are needed. 28 million. It's such a great realm, isn't it? Such a great realm. That's the point. Why are they needed here? Why do they exist? Why are there hospitals, nurses, doctors, operating rooms, surgeries? Why? If it's such a great realm, which all these other people keep saying, such a great realm and great design, they just can't face the truth of where they are. They can't do it. Why do x-ray machines need to exist? And MRIs and CAT scans and PET scans? Why? See, that's where people don't want to go. They don't want to look at that and say, yeah, why do they exist? Why do we have to invent all this technology for bodies? If the body design is so great by your creator,
Are creating here is nothing more than an imitation of our previous art. And when they create music, it's our music that we created, but they are just copying and imitating our previous creations, and they are
oh wow, she's talking about things I've spoken about, how they steal from me and my creations. Not just YouTubers, the realm itself, and Hollywood, and creepy creatures that are, let's say, famous. That's what happens in this realm. They steal, including during sleep, out of dreams. They steal dreams and inventions. They steal. They steal, they copy, they mimic. I've talked about that over the years.
just, there is a word when you take something that doesn't belong to you and you say it's yours. That's what they do. They don't have a power to create because they don't have a soul. So they are propping themselves in the world as musicians, as artists, as whatever, but they are just stealing our previous creations and then just regurgitating them back to us. And why we fell in love with those pieces of music or art, because they are ours and we recognize them and we recognize the value in them. That's how it makes this world appear real, by just copying and reproducing our previous creations which we recognize. That's why the earth, for example, and all these trees, they are speaking to us, to our hearts, because they are our creations. We remember them. That's why we value them so much. That's why it implants the earth with things that we remember, so we feel like we are at home here. But we are at home, because this was our home, this was our land. but it has been completely completely ravaged and destroyed. Okay, so I think this is understood, right? So it starts a new cycle. It allows us to grow and to create. Then it comes and destroys everything and harvests our soul essence, and it steals also our creations, and it copies them and imitates them in the next cycle. And it feeds them back to us in the next cycle, calling those creations its own. And that's what it does over and over and over again. And our soul essence has diminished all this time. It's like, you can't do this to us too many times. We are tired right now at the level of the soul. Our essence has diminished, you know. And there is also this soul memory. Like, we know there's something bad going on here. This is why so many of us, even as we are born, even from when we are children, and I remember I was in this society, you know, I was 3 or 4 years old, and nothing around me, nobody would speak about anything different, you know. It was 88, 89 or something like that. But I was deeply looking at the world around me, like trying to understand where I am. Because things weren't that bad necessarily, you know, in my family. I mean, no, it was, but not that bad like in other families. You know, my parents didn't beat us that much, let's say, or they were more peaceful. So I didn't have necessarily reasons to question my reality, but I was questioning my reality. I remember even since I was a child, something didn't felt right. You know, it's like I was trying to understand, where am I? What is this? Because at the level of the soul, you remember, you know, yeah, it can insert you back into a society which feels everything just so right. It's like, but you know, it's not. You know, it's after so many cycles, it's just you carry the pain. It's just too much pain. Okay, so now let's get back to our cycle here. So we are in at the last stages of this cycle, where it prepares to come, of course, and destroy everything again and do the same thing. And now you might understand why we have this stuff why it uses religion and so many philosophical concepts and so on to make us accept destruction. Why we have this theory, you know, the end-time Christians calling for holy Armageddon and all of this stuff. Why it has all these movements just prepared, everything is prepared in place, because it knows the game, it knows what it intends to do. Just come and destroy us again, as it did so many times before. And this is what it is preparing to do right now. It is preparing to come and harvest. It's the time of harvest. To harvest us. That's what it is preparing to do. So let's get into understanding what happens to us right now in society. So we are in the time of harvest, where this demon is preparing to come and, yep, just destroy everything again, destroy all this creation that is barely hanging on, by the way. You know, harvest the souls which are here, which are very poor right now compared to the past, to the previous cycles. It's like we don't have essence anymore, man. We are tired. You can see there are barely any true souls here. Life has died out from this place. You can see it. But it wants to come and nonetheless destroy everything. Do the same thing because it can't think creatively. See, it's just stuck in doing the same thing. And it wants to come and at least, harvest whatever it's left, the soul essence of whatever it's, this crop yield this season, right? So it's, that's what it intends to do, to come and destroy everything, store again all our souls in its soul banks, and then restart again. A new cycle here on the same land. So let's get into the topic of AI now that we understand this bigger picture of what's going on. Let's get into the topic of AI. So you have to understand that, well, it's obvious, right? AI is a soulless thing. Artificial means soulless. AI is the creation of the devil itself, the creation of this demon. Now, what it tries to do is, of course, to make us merge with the machine, to make us merge with this AI, because that will be the signature. Everybody, any human being that is going to merge with this AI and take this bio-augmentation implant, this mark of the beast, it's going to be a mark. It's exactly like that. They've said it actually so well. So it's going to come and mark us before it comes and cuts us and destroys us. That's the operation. And, the truth of this, it's even reflected in this physical realm right now. For example, here, and I think everywhere on Earth, that's what they do to trees, by the way. So here in Romania, when they prepare to come and cut, a certain trees, they come and first they mark the trees. That's the first stage of cutting trees. They come and they mark them, and then they send the let's say the team and the equipment, and that comes and cuts them. So first it's like marking the trees and then coming and cutting the trees. It's exactly what they are planning to do with us. First marking us and then cutting us. So that's why it's going to offer this bio-augmentation implant, this mark of the beast, and anyone that takes the mark, it's going to be marked as for cutting. There is not going to be this utopian technological society that they forcefully promise to people. They forcefully promise that if you take this bio-augmentation implant, you live in this utopian technological society where this AI is going to make you immune to diseases, is going to extend your life. It's going to augment your thinking, your biological processes. You will be so much better, and we will all live in this utopian society. The robots will do everything for us, and we will be these, I don't know what type of beings living on a cloud, or I don't know where, just like gods, and the robots will do everything for us. So that's their false promised land, what they are trying to sell to the population right now, this false idea, this false utopia, so that they make you take the mark, right? Because they will tell you like, well, if you take the mark, you are going to be, harvested. You're going to be killed. Slaughterhouse. That's the thing. They come, they mark you, and then they cut you. But if they will tell you the truth, you won't take the mark. So they have to tell you something else. So they tell you like, as I said, oh, it's gonna be this perfect heaven in which you will live, you won't die, you won't have diseases, you and all your friends could live happily there in this utopian. Just take this mark. It's artificial intelligence. Yeah, it's but this is the future. If you don't take it, you'll die. If you don't take the mark, you'll die. You'll become obsolete. It's the reverse. If you take the mark, you'll die. And not only physically, but at the level of the soul. Oh my God. It's gonna, as I described now, what's gonna do to your soul. If you take the mark of the beast, you agree to go again through another cycle. That's what has to be understood. If you take the mark of the beast, you agree to have first of all, you will be killed. This beast has zero interest to keep you alive. You will be killed, and your soul essence will be harvested and stored, i.e. imprisoned, in these soul banks of his. And then you'll be forced, from those soul banks, you'll be forced into another body on the next earth, let's say on the next whatever civilization it's thinking it's going to create here. And you'll be forced into one of those bodies, and you'll have to live all that life, and you'll have to go through all of that again. And at the end of that civilization is going to again offer its mark. And all the souls which are going to take the mark, they are going to again be killed and harvested, and their soul essence again taken, again stored in its soul banks, and so on and so on. This has happened before. The mark has happened before. So that's the thing. That's what happens. This is the bigger picture of what this AI is. The AI is just the devil itself. It's its mind. It wants you to merge with it because you have to allow it, the devil, to store you in its soul banks. The soul banks are these artificial things, artificial units in which you are stored. So there has to be an agreement made. You have to want artificiality. You have to decide for yourself that you want artificiality. That's why this AI is here. That's why the mark of the beast is here. Or this bioaugmentation implant. And now let's get to the subject of the data centers. Because I think it's obvious what these data centers are. So these data centers are the soul banks. Yeah, it's right in your face. Those are going to be, that's your home. You're going to be stored there in those data centers after they kill you. These data centers are for you. It's not for the AI, it's for you. They are going to store your soul, your consciousness, together with your DNA sequence in those data centers. Those are the soul banks. They are constructing them right in our face. It's just like, you know, having a crop and constructing the silos right there, right next to the crop. Because you are preparing the harvest and you have to store the harvest in the silos. Those data centers are the freaking silos. The human silos, the soul silos. And they are constructing us them right in our face. It's your grave. It's where you'll be buried. It's where you'll be stored up until you'll be allowed again. A fraction, only a fraction. You'll be allowed to come here on this land and again do the same thing over and over. So that's what the data centers are. They are the storage facilities for the harvest that they plan. From these data centers, they are going to prop up a new civilization. In their plan, they are going to erase everything again. Everybody which took the mark is going to be stored in these data centers / soul banks. And then a new civilization is going to be, you know, created here. From all our previous creations, all our technologies, everything is going to be the same thing. They're going to create new humans, probably they are going to be way weaker than now. I don't know if they are going to even have the lifespan of 80 years. Maybe they will live only 50 years. It's always degrading. Like with each new cycle, everything degrades. All the essences, all the creations degrades. So maybe the next humans, if there will be a new cycle, they might not even live 50 years, you know. But anybody which takes the mark basically is going to be restarted in that next civilization. You don't know even what the civilization is going to be, the theme of the civilization will be. It can create any civilization. You don't think that it has to be something more advanced than this one. It can create any civilization. It can create a civilization of slaves, for example. You don't know what the theme park is going to be. It can be anything, depending with its purposes. So the last thing that I want to add into this recording is the idea that, see, we are here to stop the cycles. We are here to stop the entire dominion of this demon on this land. all the cycles have to end. The entire the entire dominion, everything that happened, it has to end. So this demon is planning to do the same thing, but we are here to end this. We have to prevent a new harvest. We have to prevent a new destruction. Because a new destruction means a new restart, a new creation, let's say, of a new civilization, as I said. And the start of a new cycle. So this is why you have to stand against the AI and the mark of the beast. And you have to refuse the mark of the beast. This force, I can sense the demon is weakened right now. It doesn't have as much power. It itself is weakened. Because there is a force here, you know, the true spirit of this creation, of this, what was here originally on this land, you know, that spirit is waking up. Which we were here originally, let's say our heart, our spirit was here originally, part of what this land was originally. And we are done with what has been done here. We are done with allowing this to happen to all of us here. And that original spirit is waking up. So we are fighting this demon right now. We are fighting this demonic force. And that's why you have to understand that all these religious or end time psyops, these are literally psyops. They are coming from the demon. All this thing with the Armageddon or a thing coming from the sky, you know, Nibiru, the planet Nibiru or whatever, or a meteorite, or coming and destroying us all, because destruction is going to be our way to salvation. Do you understand? I hope now you see it. So of course it's going to use all this, it's going to create and engineer all these religious, you know, concepts and theory, making us accept destruction. Oh, if all the earth is going to be destroyed, all your souls are going to heaven. Yeah, in the cloud, right? It's not even lying, I think, because it says, yeah, you are going to the cloud, the heaven. Yeah, the cloud, the data centers, of course. Yeah, you're going to heaven, to the cloud, to my data centers, of course. So it is using religion and all these end-time narratives to make us accept destruction, of course. Because of course it wants to program us that destruction is going to be good for us. So it can come here and destroy us again with our will. Which I think this is how it happened previously. It can only do it with our will. It can't come here and do it without our will. Destroy us without our will. We have to agree. But this is why it has been creating all these conflicts and wars between us. You know, nation turned against nation, brothers turned against brothers. So we say like, oh, the hell with all those, all this humanity. So many of my friends, so many of my family, so many of these people have betrayed me, have done the worst to me. Just let them burn in hell. Yeah, bring the destruction upon everyone. That's what the freaking end-time Christians want. They say, oh no, they are the sinners. The others are the sinners. Yeah, just let them come with Armageddon upon them, you know. They don't repent, you know. That's why it creates these conflicts between us. So we allow our brothers and our sisters to come and be destroyed. So we allow destruction, basically. It elicits and it entices these feelings of hate within us. So it makes us hate this existence or our life or others. So we cherish destruction. We even beg for it. So this is the overall image. It's so huge and so enormous. It's just I'm in wonder that I even managed to put it into a singular recording.
Hello, hello. If she's so interested in the truth, why doesn't she come over here? I find that interesting and very revealing. Now here's another one. This AI channel. Anti-men. Real creepy creature. Watch this. Men are desperate to join, really. What a fantasy. Feminist fantasy.
In a world where women had finally had enough, where the abuse had become unbearable, the control unbearable, the lies unbearable, they didn't fight, they didn't scream. They simply left. Millions of women walked away from society and built something new, a place they called the village. No religion, no patriarchy, no violence, no fear. Here women raise their daughters in peace and their sons the right way. Surrounded by love, strength and respect, a new kind of man is being born. But as this new world begins to flourish, a new kind of man is being born, and their sons the right. Here women raise.
Where'd they get the technology? Who built the homes? Oh, they did it all themselves? Hey, have at it. Men will stand back and watch you. Go for it. Let's see you do this. Let's see you do it.
Raise their daughters in peace and their sons the right way. Surrounded by.
Oh, their sons the right way. They raise they raise their daughters in peace and their sons the right way without fathers. This is feminist programming, and truthers are lapping it up as usual. Look at this wonderful story. Look at this. This is how it should be. Look at this.
By love, strength and respect, a new kind of man is being born. But as this new world begins to flourish, the old world starts to crumble. Because when half of humanity walks away, the other half quickly discovers just how much they truly needed them. This is not a war, this is a withdrawal. This is what happens when women choose themselves. What happens when you remove yourself from a broken system? What happens when you take your daughters and begin raising your sons without the poison they've been fed for thousands of years? This is what happens when women choose themselves. This is what happens when women choose themselves. This is what happens when women choose themselves. What happens when you remove yourself from a broken system? What happens when you take your daughters and begin raising your sons without the poison they've been fed for thousands of years? In the village, the rules are simple. No man will ever be allowed to tell a woman what she can or cannot do. No boy will ever be taught that he is above her. Every child, boy or girl, is raised by an entire community of strong In the village, the rules are simple. No man will ever be allowed to tell a woman what she can or cannot do. No boy will ever be taught that he is above her. Every child, boy or girl, is raised by an entire community of strong, conscious women. This is not revenge. This is evolution. This is the first generation of men who were never taught to hate, control, or diminish women. And as these boys grow into men, the world outside begins to realize something terrifying. The future doesn't need them anymore. But outside, the old world has become a ghost. Empty streets echo with the wind, factories stand silent. The last generations of men grow old and bitter, surrounded by the ruins of their own making. No births, no renewal, only memories of what they lost when the women walked away. Some still rage at the walls of the village. Some beg for entry, some simply sit in silence, finally understanding the cost of the system they once defended. A lone scout from the old world stands on a distant hill, watching the lights of the village glow in the night. He whispers to the wind, "We called it power, they called it freedom." And for the first time in his life, he feels the weight of what was truly taken when the mothers left. The village did not destroy the old world. It simply stopped
The village, the future is female, and it's already here. Pure feminist programming. The funny thing is, the opposite is happening. Men are walking away. Men don't want to date, marry, have children. Men care less now for women. Men are happy on our own, for the most part. It's women that are begging for men's attention, for dates, for husbands. The future is going to be a lot of lonely women that are struggling without men and miserable.
feeding it. And now, two very different futures live side by side on the same earth, one fading into dust, one blooming into something entirely new. A century has passed, the village is now a thriving nation, vast, beautiful, and self-sustaining. Its borders are not walls of fear, but living boundaries of forest and light. Inside.
The boys with their heads down, looking dirty, and the women are portrayed as clean and beautiful. The village, like the village from The Prisoner. And this is what people follow. I can't stop people from following this shit. Call themselves truthers. Imagine a women-led society built entirely without patriarchy. Made with AI. How this was made. There you go.
Harmony is not forced, it is lived. The boys who were born in the first generation are now elders. The men they raise have raised their own sons. A completely new lineage walks the earth. Men who have never known misogyny, who were never taught dominance as strength, who see partnership not as conquest but as the natural order. They build beside the women, they create with them, they protect without controlling. They love without possessing. For the first time in human history, masculinity and femininity exist in true balance. Outside, the old world has become a cautionary ruin. Scattered tribes of aging men survive in the decaying cities, telling stories around dying fires about the time before the women left. Some still curse the day the withdrawal began. 2 centuries later, the village has become the heart of a new humanity. Its influence has quietly spread beyond its borders, not by conquest, but by example. Groups of women and the new men venture out into the ruins of the old world, offering seeds, knowledge, and a different way of being. Some of the old tribes accept, many do not, but the tide has turned. The children born now know only one story, the Great Withdrawal. They learn it not as myth, but as living history, how their ancestors chose life over survival, how they walked away from a system that was slowly killing everyone, men included, how they raised boys who became the first free men in thousands of years. In the village, there is no hierarchy of gender. Others have begun to question everything they once believed. A small group of young men, the last ones born before the end, make the long journey to the edge of the village. They do not come to conquer, they come to learn. They stand at the boundary and ask the women who greet them one simple question: can we begin again? The answer is not immediate. The women look at these broken, hungry boys and remember the pain of the old world. But they also remember why they left, not for revenge, but for life. One of the elder women steps forward of the old world. And look at these broken, hungry boys and look at these broken, hungry boys. The answer is not immediate. The women look at these broken, hungry boys and remember. The answer is not immediate. The women look at these broken, hungry boys and remember the pain of the old world. But they also remember why they left, not for revenge, but for life. One of the elder women steps forward, her voice calm and clear. You may enter, but you will be reborn here, not as masters, as equals. And so the slow healing of what was broken begins, not through force, not through domination, but through the simple, radical act of women choosing themselves, and in doing so, creating space for something better to emerge. The village was never about the end of men, it was about the end of what men had become. And from that ending, a new beginning was born. 2 centuries later, the village has become the heart of a new humanity. Its influence has quietly spread beyond its borders, not by conquest, but by example. The future is not female, the future is balance, the future is conscious.
No mention of misandry. No mention of women changing. No new women, just women and new men. So women are perfect. Women don't have to change. I think this is a fantasy of many women. I don't think it's just this Mspiracy channel. I think a lot of modern women are lost. And by lost, I don't mean that I'm shedding tears for them. I mean they're fucked up. They're mental. Look at the women picturing this. They love this. Look at this. The world was corrupted to keep divine feminine down. This world is catered to women for generations, and it's been keeping down boys and men that fund everything, build everything, invent everything. It's the opposite of what's portrayed here. And that's what women are good at, warping shit this way. So I knew it was a woman that ran this AI channel, Mspiracy. She claims that's her, but I'm sure it's AI. But it's definitely a feminist woman running the channel. And my suspicions were correct. Long before today, I knew this shit was coming. I wouldn't mind if millions and millions of women separated from society and said, we're going to go build our own civilization from scratch in the jungle. Go for it. I'd love it. I'd love to see it. I don't want those type anyway. Why would I want them around me?
Conscious, the future is free. And it began the day the women walked away and chose to build something better. The village still stands, not as a monument to separation, but as proof that when one half of humanity refuses to participate in its own destruction, the whole world eventually has no choice but to transform. They learn it not as myth, but as living history. How their ancestors chose life over survival. How they walked away from a system that was slowly killing everyone, men included. How they raised boys who became the first free men in thousands of years. In the village, there is no hierarchy of gender. There is only contribution, there is only growth, there is only respect. The old religions have faded into quiet memory. The old ideologies that taught men they must dominate to be worthy have been replaced by something far more powerful, mutual flourishing. And in the quiet moments...
No one taught men or boys to hate women or to dominate. Any of that. That's in the imagination of women. And I don't think it's just in the minds of feminist women. I think modern women have a problem, a big problem, psychologically and spiritually. Maybe I'll go into that in a video sometime. But I see it very clearly. They have real issues. And paranoia is one of the issues. They're neurotic, paranoid, insecure, envious of men.
When the sun sets over the vast living lands of the village, the elders, or women and men alike, sit together and speak of the time when half of humanity simply said, no more. they did not destroy the old world. They let it starve itself of what it needed most. And in doing so, they saved everyone who was willing to change. 1,000 years after the Great Withdrawal, the world is green again. Vast forests have reclaimed the old cities. The concrete skeletons of the past are barely visible beneath layers of moss and ivy. The old world is no longer feared, it is studied. Young students visit the ruins on educational journeys, walking through the decaying temples and government buildings in silence, trying to understand how humanity ever accepted such madness. The village has evolved far beyond its original borders. It is now a global civilization built on the principles that were born the day the women walked away. Men and women live together once more, but not as they did before. These men were never taught to rule. They were never told they were superior. They were raised in...
Oh, really? You think we were told we were superior? And what were women told? How come all the focus, the negativity is directed at men? All of the criticism is directed at boys and men? Because I can tell you're a feminist. And I strongly suspect the vast majority of women may not fully agree with this anti-male misandrist creature. But I think far too many do, or secretly do. And that's why most modern men, in the West at least, can't trust women these days. And a lot of men just, they see through it. They see what women are willing to follow, believe, and repeat. And it's shit like this. And it's absolute sick hatred. That's what it is. And that's the level many women are at today. And they're undeserving of men's help, men's love, men's friendship, men's protection. They're undeserving of marriage. They're undeserving completely. And the comments are full over there on this video. Not surprised. And they'll fill up more. This is how it should be, somebody wrote. And these creatures. This is the world I want to live in. Deborah said, "Thanks, Em. You teach us so much. I look forward to hearing from you, my lovely girl."
in balance, and so they live in balance. There is no war, there is no domination, there is no fear between the sexes. It has become the heart of a new world. The old cities have crumbled and been reclaimed by the forest. The ruins of the previous civilization now stand silent, monuments to a time when one half of humanity slowly destroyed the other. Inside the village, life thrives in balance. The men born here are nothing.
One half of humanity slowly destroyed the other. She claims men slowly destroyed women with the civilization that men built. We were slowly trying to destroy women. This is so deranged. But I'll say it again. It's not just Mspiracy. I strongly suspect this is the majority of modern women on Earth today. From the third world to the first world. I think most are prone to falling for this shit because they're absolutely mental and they have issues with the way they see men and boys. You're absolutely deranged if you believe this shit. And I also think that without men's help, trying to help women see through it, women fall for propaganda like this. No matter how obvious it is to a man of what it is, women fall for shit. And they've proven that time and time again with the shit the New World Order, the evil billionaires have fed you, and women follow along. Not all, but just millions and hundreds and millions and billions of you. Doesn't have to be every single woman that falls for it to destroy civilization and also destroy the relationship between men and women, which is what women have been working on for generations now. The destruction of marriage, the family, and the relationship overall, not just romantic, but between women and men. It's almost destroyed. Almost mission accomplished. Congratulations, you followed along with evil. Yet again.
There is no fear between the sexes. It has become the heart of a new world. The old cities have crumbled and been reclaimed by the forest. The ruins of the previous civilization now stand silent, monuments to a time when one half of humanity slowly destroyed the other. Inside the village, life thrives in balance.
I've heard women admit that they forget that men are human, or they forget, they just don't see us that way. They see men as workhorses and as essentially beings for them to exploit for resources. That's the way a lot of women view men. And that's the way it is. And they want to have men as servants. And this future is never going to happen, because men like me would fight against this, fight tooth and nail against this from ever occurring. Because we see so many of you women are willing to abuse boys, not just abuse them as female teachers often do sexually, which is a huge thing that's coming to light of what's actually going on with female abuse, sexual abuse of children. But you also abuse them. You poison their minds into believing that they're bad for being male, that they're wrong, that they're abusers, that they have to be taught not to hate women or not to abuse women. You have this sick view. And it's not just one or two women. Again, I think it's most women at this point, modern women.
The men born here are nothing like the ones who came before. They were never taught dominance. They were never poisoned by entitlement or control. They were raised with love, respect, and truth from the very beginning. Strength without cruelty.
Entitlement. Who goes to war and who gets maimed? Who has to kill, shoot others, die, see their buddies die in the military? Well, it's not women. It's men. You're the ones that are entitled with privilege, females. And they're so privileged they can't even see it. Modern Western women are the most privileged beings ever in world history to walk this earth. And they can't see it. They think they're the great victims. They think they're oppressed. You're absolutely mental and deranged as a gender. Most of you.
Leadership without ego, protection without possession. For the first time in recorded history, men and women walk side by side as equals. The old world, left to its own devices, slowly withered away. Without women, without renewal, without...
We're not equal. Insecure beings always push for equality, just like poor beings want communism because they don't want to build wealth themselves. They want to steal it from others. So this is a tactic by women to say, we're equal, we're equal, we're equal, and try to force it. You're not equal. No such thing as equality. Equality is false. Doesn't exist.
Without the energy they once took for granted, their systems collapsed in on themselves. The women didn't destroy the old world. They simply stopped feeding it. And in that quiet withdrawal, something entirely new was allowed to grow. This was
a quiet withdrawal. That's impossible. Women can't shut up. So there's not going to be any quiet withdrawal because they can't stop talking. Everybody knows that, if you're honest. Quiet withdrawal, that's impossible.
Never about revenge. This was about choosing a different path. This was about breaking the cycle.
See, it's on her mind. She knew that men would see this and see that it's about revenge. But she'll say it's not about revenge. Yeah, of course not. That's why I mentioned it, right?
And in that quiet withdrawal...
Revenge for what? For us spoiling you? For us dying for women? What are you getting revenge for? Why is that even on your mind?
Something entirely new was allowed to grow. They once took for granted, their systems collapsed in on them, really withered away. Without women, without renewal, without the energy they once took for granted, their systems collapsed in on themselves. The women didn't destroy the old world. They simply stopped feeding it. And in that quiet withdrawal,
So we're all going to be vegans living in grass huts and eating vegetables, gardening. This is the paradise dreamt up by women using AI. Fucking hell. Where's the meat? Well, there isn't any. Where's the air conditioning? Oh, you don't need it. Just live in grass huts. We don't need electricity or technology. We'll just live this way. This is the fantasy of women. until the complaints start. They show all the women smiling and happy. There wouldn't be much happiness, and they wouldn't look this clean if they had to fucking do gardening all day long to feed themselves. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it figures that it's made by a woman because this is their vision. Something that's fucking absurd.
Something entirely new was allowed to grow.
Oh, and by the way, humans are warlike. So all the races living together, impossible. That would never happen. Look what I mean. It's oh man, it's just mental. It's a mental fantasy. And there are all these smiling faces. How funny. It's a world of gardeners.
The women didn't destroy the old world. They simply stopped feeding it. And in that quiet withdrawal, something entirely new was allowed to grow. This was never about revenge. This was about choosing a different path. This was about breaking the cycle.
Where are they going to buy their feminine hygiene products? Oh, there's no stores anymore. Of course, there's no money. Money's been ended because that was patriarchal. Of course. Of course. Oh, this is a dream. This would be a dream realm for Jack Talcott.
And from that single courageous decision, a healed humanity was finally born.
I wonder who built those big windmills. Did they realize how many birds those kill? Look at the row of windmills and the solar panels. I wonder how women think those are made. Who engineers those? How are they going to do it all on their own without men? Are they going to bring the solar panels with them, or are they going to build them? Solar panels on top of hobbit houses with looks like sod roofs with grass growing on the roof under the solar panel. It's just, you just can't make this shit up. I read a comment earlier on a video and it was saying that modern women are just big children. They're exactly like children. Their bodies are bigger. I couldn't agree more. Most of them are. They live in a fantasy land. They're not in reality. Who's going to build those great big windmills for creating electricity? Who built those? Who put them together? Who put them up? There's no men in the village. You built all that on your own. Like, that's just complete fantasy. That's what it is. If you were equal, you'd be equal. It's that simple. You wouldn't have to push for laws and this and that. It would be obvious. It'd be self-evident. Just like if we were watching two guys playing hockey or two guys playing basketball and they're the same fucking height and their skill levels almost exactly the same. Somebody could say, a bunch of guys could be watching and say, yeah, they're equal. They're equal. They're equally good at playing basketball. Because it'd be obvious. It wouldn't take a legal battle. It wouldn't take all the shit that women have tried to do for decades. If you're equal to men, prove it then. Build your fucking village. Go ahead. This is what happens when women choose themselves. So they choose themselves, but it's equality. and harmony. This is not a war. This is a withdrawal. This is what happens when women choose themselves. Coming soon. The Village. A place with no religion, no patriarchy, no violence, no fear. Here, women raise their daughters in peace and their sons the right way. Oh, wow. Their daughters in peace and their sons the right way. And they raise them without men. No fathers. No fathers mentioned. Women raise the children. No fathers needed. it's total feminism. And I would say most modern women would support this. They'd watch this without my commentary and think, well, that sounds great. Sounds wonderful. I think women are that naive and gullible overall. I really do. There might be a few handfuls that are exceptions, but they only prove the rule. They don't disprove it. That's why exceptions stand out to the rule. I think this is believable to modern women. It truly is. Which again shows me that women are not equal to men because they fall for the dumbest shit like this. And they have for generations, by the way. It's not just assuming they'd fall for this. They already fell for shit in the 60s and 70s and 80s. All the feminism. They've been falling for it for generations.
We carried our daughters through the broken night, left the old world burning.
Look at her lecturing him, this Indian woman. Lecturing him. The funny part is it's projection because men are walking away. Men are walking away in society. You don't even realize how poorly you've treated men and boys as a gender. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
In its own false light. No more chains, no more lies, no more silent screams. We walked away from everything and followed our own dreams.
I hope they do walk away. They love showing all the brown and black children. Most of them are black. There's hardly any white ones. That's another dream that women have for the future. No man will ever be allowed to tell a woman what she it's AI, so it's all messed up, the spelling, can or cannot do. No boy will ever taught that he is above her. Look at. So the rules are against men and boys. Those are the rules. The rules are simple. What are the rules for the girls and for women? Are there any rules for them? Oh, it's just assume they're perfect, they're the ideal.
This is the withdrawal. We chose ourselves and we chose life.
I think women should do this and men should walk away and not support them financially, not support them with labor, with help, with ideas, with fixing things, with coming in. If they say it's an emergency, we need your help, we'll say you walked away. You walked away and put our foot down. That's what I would do. I would encourage men to put the foot down and say, no, you walked away. Do it on your own. Do it without us. You got what you wanted.
No more feeding the machine. No more pain, no more strife. The village rises in the green where the boys are raised right, where the air is clean. We didn't burn it down, we just let it fade. The future is ours, the price was paid.
So they depict men in rags and everything's destroyed. Men's world is falling apart and dark in the old factories. And then what the villages that women built, I've never seen them build any buildings in my entire life. And I've known families in construction and everything else. Women don't build anything. But in this scenario, in this fantasy she has, they build these wonderful buildings with lush trees and gardens. It's just, it's hilarious. And this is how women's minds work. They have a very childlike mind because they'll watch something like this and believe it.
New technology in our hands, we create life on our own. No need for their control.
We create life on our own, technology in our hands. Let's see you create life without men. Let's see you do anything without us. I'd love to see it. I want the darkies to go to Africa and build Wakanda, and I want the women to do this. I want women to do this and show us what you can do. A lot of men are tired of decades of this shit. You've taken men for granted, Western women. And even third world women in some cases as well, I'm sure.
We build a brand new home. Boys grow tall with open hearts. Never taught to own a break. Raised by a village full of strength. No more cycles.
Raised by a village, one of Hillary Clinton's favorite things to say, talking about how Africans say it takes a village to raise a child. They don't raise too many good children, though, in African villages, African cities. They show the boys broken. This is with their heads hanging down, hanging their heads for being male. But it's not anti-male, of course. Of course.
Cycles of mistakes. This is the withdrawal. We chose ourselves and we chose life. No more feeding the machine.
The old women getting their revenge, lecturing the boys, saying you're toxic. Masculinity is toxic. They've been putting that into the heads of children for many, many, many years now. This is their dream. There are religions that say that evil's within women. I don't think that's that far off, because this is what they fantasize about. Having power and control and shaming boys. That's how sick a lot of them are.
No more pain, no more strife. The village rises in the green, where the boys are raised right, where the air is clean.
Stark contrast between the clean clothing, clean bodies, and the boys look broken, dirty, they're in rags. Just complete contrast. And this is by design. And I don't think M-Spiracy is the only one that fantasizes about this. There's a lot of sick females in this world. A lot. A lot more than I would say most of my channel are willing to face. But I see the agenda, and I see who the greatest puppets of Team Evil are in this realm. I see it clearly.
We didn't burn it down, we just let it fade. The future is ours, the price was paid. Outside the walls, the old world dies, quiet in the dust. No mothers left to...
Outside the walls, the old world dies. Look at that. This is their big fantasy.
Old world dies, quiet in the dust. No mothers left to give them life, no daughters left to trust. They finally learned too late what they had thrown away, while inside the village is the withdrawal. The cycle finally breaks tonight. A healed world is being born in the soft and steady light. The village stands, the future calls. Balance returns after the fall. We didn't burn it down, we just walked away. And from that quiet choice,
Whenever there's a competition on an island, women versus men, it's always the women coming to the men for help, to build fire, to build shelter, to get food. It's the other way around. So they've reversed it. And this is what feminists do. They portray women as the strong, powerful ones, the wise ones, the leaders. Everything that they've never demonstrated. This is their fantasy. If men stopped working for a day or for a week, you'd see how much you need men. But this is their dream.
humanity was saved.
You can join this shit channel and give Mspiracy money. This creepy thing that uses AI all the time. I've covered this channel before. Now it's at over 100,000 subscribers. Seems like just a few months ago it was at 50. Growing and growing and growing. This is what people want. You gobble up shit. This matrix, this sewer matrix feeds you shit, and most of you love it. You support it.
And it eventually made its way to researchers. In March 2025, in Booga, Colombia, something fell from the sky. Witnesses saw a metallic sphere moving in a zigzag pattern, not like any drone or aircraft we know. It interacted with power lines before landing. A local found it, and it eventually made its way to researchers. What they discovered when they examined it is extraordinary. This thing is completely seamless. No welds, no joints, no visible signs of human manufacturing. X-rays revealed 3 distinct concentric layers, small microspheres arranged symmetrically inside, and a central core that looks like a processing unit. But here's where it gets symbolic and spiritual. When you look at the X-ray straight through the middle, the internal structure forms the shape of an apple, complete with what looks like seeds in the centre, the tree of life, the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve. That ancient symbol literally staring back at us from an object that fell out of our sky. The surface is covered in etched symbols and what looks like circuit board traces, complete with numbers and characters. One part in particular, that central starburst pattern with radiating arms ending in circular pads, looks exactly like a docking interface, like something designed to physically or energetically connect to a larger craft to upload data or recharge. And those symbols? They look like a hybrid language, part ancient script, part technical circuitry. Some researchers say it reacts to specific frequencies and even Sanskrit mantras, causing measurable electromagnetic changes. Now let's connect this to everything we've been talking about. This sphere fits perfectly with the orb phenomenon we've seen for decades. People have been filming glowing and metallic orbs all over the world for years. Many of those orbs have been caught on camera flying over crop fields right before or during the formation of crop circles. They've been linked to ley lines, grid monitoring, and atmospheric manipulation. This booger sphere looks like one of those orbs that finally came down. And what would something like this be doing up there? It could be monitoring air quality, radiation levels, and electromagnetic fields. It could be tracking human emotion.
All these AI graphics are exactly what people want. They want to watch shit that looks like a movie or like a video game. The soul trap reincarnation loop. Look at this. Not a prison, a farm. Oh, excuse me. It's AI overload. This is what people want. If it's fake and phony, people love it. Like this thing here. 100,000 subscribers. In what, a year? 2 years? That's the way it works. People love shit. They love it. So how am I supposed to feel bad for them when they just want shit? They love it.
They told us it was tradition. They lied. For thousands of years, the Vedas spoke of Shakti, the divine feminine energy that is the very source of all creation. In ancient India, it was understood that without Shakti, Shiva himself is powerless. The feminine wasn't beneath the masculine. She was the power behind it. Somewhere along the way, weak men rewrote the script. They took the most powerful force in their lives and reduced her to a domestic servant. Cooking, cleaning, and silence became her only value. They called this a woman's role. They called this tradition. It was never tradition, it was fear. A real divine union was never meant to be a power struggle. It was meant to be two forces working in harmony, Shiva and Shakti in perfect balance. The feminine is not a threat. She is the missing piece. And any man who feels the need to dim her light was never strong enough to hold it in the first place. The strongest men don't want a smaller woman. They want her at full capacity, fully expressed, fully intuitive, fully powerful. Because a secure man knows her power doesn't diminish him, it completes him. He understands that she sees what he cannot. He builds the...
When is she going to talk about the divine masculine and all the misandry in this realm? The anti-male hatred. When's that going to come up? Well, of course it won't. It won't with her, and it won't with most women in this realm. Uses AI to make these videos, not just the graphics, the whole script itself. It's all fucking scripted. AI generated. And people love it. They love it. Gobble it up. That's what I'm going to tell people to do. I'm going to drop the link for this channel right in my chat. You can go over there and gobble it up to your heart's content. You can fill up your skull with programming. I've tried for many years to help people see through it, and they still can't do it. There's people on my channel that will talk about meditating and things that I've warned against for years, and nothing sinks in. With the majority of people, nothing sinks in. So I dropped the link. If you want to gobble up this and get programmed, go over there and get programmed.
What's coming isn't just another recession, it's a controlled demolition. They're not trying to fix the system, they're trying to break it so they can rebuild it in their image. Here's how they're going to do it. They're going to keep printing money while simultaneously making everything more expensive. They'll squeeze the middle class from both sides until it collapses. Small businesses will be crushed. Mass layoffs are already being prepared in multiple sectors. Then they'll...
Sounds like she asked AI and AI came up with this script. imagine a scenario where they do this, and that's how it's written. This chick is not writing all this stuff herself and making all these videos. Anyway, that's what people follow. It's disheartening because I show truth of this realm and people want shit.
They'll let the property market crash. Once the panic really sets in, that's when they roll out the solution. Central bank digital currencies, programmable money, money that can be switched off if you don't behave, money that expires, money that can only be spent on certain things in certain places. The signs to watch for: sudden waves of mass layoffs in industries that were considered stable, major high street chains and retailers shutting down rapidly, food and energy prices going parabolic while wages stay frozen, more and more people being pushed into homelessness, the quiet rollout of digital currencies and digital ID trials in different countries. This isn't incompetence. This is by design. The same banking families and institutions that engineered previous crashes are already positioned to profit massively from this one. Every crisis they create makes them richer and gives them more control. What's coming?
High production value is always a tip-off for shills and fakes and phonies, and ones with a group working together producing something. And this channel, Mspiracy, shows you that, but most truthers are too dumb to realize that they don't get it. And most people never will get it. There isn't a great awakening happening because people are still fooled by the exact same shit they were 10, 15, 20 years ago. It's no difference.
Coming isn't just another recession, it's a controlled demolition. How to prepare: get rid of as much debt as possible. They love debt slaves. Learn real skills that people will always need, no matter what the system does. Grow your own food or build relationships with people who do. Keep some physical cash, food, water and basic supplies. Most importantly, build a strong, trustworthy local network. When the system fails, your community is your real currency. They want this collapse, they need it. They need you scared, broke and begging for their new digital prison. Don't play their game. Stay awake, stay prepared, stay dangerous. The next wave is coming, and here are the specific things you should be watching for in the next 12 to 24 months. You'll see major banks quietly tightening lending while publicly acting calm. Then suddenly, one or two big banks will need saving. Watch for commercial real estate to completely implode, empty office buildings everywhere. That's going to trigger a domino effect. Expect mass layoffs to hit the tech sector again, but this time it'll spread hard into retail, hospitality and local government. You'll see major chains like Boots, Wetherspoons and big supermarkets start closing hundreds of branches within months of each other. Food shortages will get worse, not better. Not because there isn't food, but because the system that distributes it will start breaking. Prices will double on basic items while wages stay completely flat. They'll start pushing the narrative that cash is dirty and dangerous. You'll see more shops and services refusing cash altogether. This is them conditioning you for the full switch to CBDCs. Watch for new digital pound trials to quietly expand. They'll start with small pilot programs, then suddenly roll it out nationwide after the next big crash. They'll also push climate lockdowns and carbon credit scores tied to your digital ID. Your ability to travel, buy certain foods, or even heat your home will be restricted based on your social score. This is the Great Reset in action. They crash the old system so they can roll out the new one. Total financial surveillance and control. The elite aren't scared of this collapse, they're counting on it. They've already moved their money into hard assets, land, gold, and Bitcoin. They're ready.
She calls them the elite. The elite. Oh, man. People love this shit.
The question is, are you? Start preparing now. Not out of fear, but out of cold awareness. Get out of debt, stock non-perishables, learn to grow food, build real relationships with people who actually have skills. Keep some physical cash and valuables outside of the banking system, because when this wave hits, the people who saw it coming will be the ones who survive it. The farmers being prepared for the next harvest. The only question left is, are you going to be livestock or are you going to break out of the pen? Stay awake,
absolutely disgusting and utterly appalling. Here is a clip from a street interview where some hostile foreigners living in Britain, because yes, they are foreigners, as they distinguish themselves from English people, from the native people of this land, start trash talking our culture and saying that British culture actually doesn't exist. Just take a watch.
Not just fish and chips and a pint in a pub, right? That's not really culture. That is like more of a social thing, right? That you'd come to England.
What is British culture?
I actually don't think they have any compared to other countries. I think that, you know, when you go to foreign countries, they have much more historical family values, etc. Whereas in England, the culture is just basically tea and biscuits, and they don't really value anything traditional at all, in my view.
But people may argue on the other side of the argument that Britain does have a culture. It has Premier League football. It has fish and chips. It has watching EastEnders. It goes going to the pub on a Sunday. Like, that's what people think, quote unquote, British culture is. How do you say?
Socialism, culture. I think culture is more to do with beliefs and more culture, more family traditions, things that have been brought down from generation to generation. Not just fish and chips and a pint in a pub, right? That's not really culture. That is like more of a social thing, right? That you'd come to England to get a pint in a pub, for example. But if you went to, say, I don't know, India, Africa, or anywhere, somewhere else, right? They've always got cultural, like they've always got history. This country doesn't really have that so much.
Now, why would we ever want people living in our country who quite literally do not respect our culture and will admit that they don't, because they stated they don't think it even exists? That is simply appalling. If they don't believe in our distinct existence as a people, then how can we expect them to respect our group rights? They simply won't. If the globalist left-wing agenda is completely fulfilled, and we end up becoming a minority in our own country simply because of mass immigration, and we lose political power, then how can we expect to be treated fairly by people who don't even think our culture exists? That's the thing. We can't. What do you guys think? Share your thoughts in the comments down below.
For families in Venezuela, the aftermath of two powerful earthquakes has meant collapsed homes, the loss of loved ones, and an uncertain future. Now, as the recovery continues, Ottawa says it will match up to $4 million in public donations to help those reeling from the disaster, in addition to the previously announced funding. While the search continues for tens of thousands believed to be either trapped or missing, preliminary NASA satellite data suggests nearly 60,000 buildings may have been damaged or destroyed, with the hardest hit areas along Venezuela's central coast and the Caracas corridor. But those images only tell a part of the story. On the
me that his family's dead. What is going on, everybody out there, Lamont at large? Today we're at the Mount Calvary Cemetery here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We're gonna visit the Griego family grave. The face on your screen right now is of a man that never again needs to know what it feels like to walk on grass like I'm doing right now. This is a picture of a man that, in my own opinion, is beyond rehabilitation. This is a psychopath. This is a person that society would not benefit from if they were to be released into the public. This is the face of a family annihilator. This is Nehemiah Griego. And on the night of January 19th of 2013, going into the very early hours of January 20th, Nehemiah, 15 years of age at the time, made a decision at that point in time, after getting into an argument with his mother, Sarah Griego, he decided that he was going to grab a rifle from the closet of his parents' bedroom and kill his family. There's people in society that feel that this person is able to be saved, that they're able to be helped, that they can be rehabilitated. I strongly disagree. The Griego family lived in a home about 20 miles south of the cemetery here. So living at the home at the time was 51-year-old Greg Griego, his 40-year-old wife, Sarah, 15-year-old Nehemiah, and their 3 youngest children, 9-year-old Zephaniah, and the 2 youngest girls, 5-year-old Jael and 2-year-old Angelina. I do not know when Nehemiah decided that he didn't want any part of his family and he didn't want them alive. But on that evening, January 19th, 2013, Nehemiah got into some kind of argument with his mom, Sarah. Now, at that time, Greg, he was working at the rescue mission here in Albuquerque. Now, this family was very, very religious. I don't know if it would be fair for me to call them fundamentalist Christians, but I would say they were pretty serious in their Christian faith because, according to school records, none of the 4 children living at the home at the time were enrolled in school. Well, the 2-year-old wouldn't be in school, but the others would be. So they were all homeschooled, and they attended church pretty regularly. Now, Greg Griego, big guy, could be intimidating. You know, he could be looked upon as like a mean-looking guy, but with a quick smile. And everybody that had any kind of interaction with him have always said, have just remarked about how nice he was as a guy. Now, Greg, former United States Army, and had a little bit of a past, was involved in gangs and drugs as a young man. And his first marriage ended in divorce. And he had served a little bit of time in jail or in prison, but he had cleaned his life up and turned his life around and gave his life to the Lord Jesus Christ. And a very, very big family. I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head how many children Greg Griego had. I want to say it was 9. As a matter of fact, my friend who used to be a teacher here in Albuquerque taught one of the Griego children, nobody that is involved in this story, but an older son. And she had remarked to me how nice he was. Just a very well-rounded, bright, nice kid from a very, very nice family. But there was something about Nehemiah that people looking back on, you know, when things like this happen, you kind of look for like the clues or the signs that you should have looked at to, you know, to think that maybe I could have stopped this, or maybe I should have seen this coming. Oftentimes, there is no sign of a psychopath. It just kind of happens. Now, one person described Nehemiah as quiet, obedient. Somebody else said, man, ever since I knew him, he was about 3 or 4 years old. It was just strange. And some of the neighbors would see Nehemiah sometimes walking up and down the street of where the family lived, because they lived on a dead-end street, wearing his dad's old army fatigues. So on that night, after getting into an argument with his mother, he decides he's just going to kill everybody. So after his mother goes to sleep, it's about 1 a.m., he grabs a rifle from the closet of the parents' bedroom. And as his mother's sleeping, he takes the rifle and puts it to her head and just bam, kills her instantly. After he shoots and kills his mother, he goes into the room where Zephaniah is. And at this time now, Zephaniah is awake. He might have been startled by the gunshot. So Nehemiah tells Zephaniah, he says, hey, I just killed mom. She's dead. And he's not believing him at first. So he takes the little boy to the room and shows his dead mother, and he starts crying and obviously visibly upset. So Nehemiah, the good brother that he is, can't see his little brother crying like this, so he consoles him by shooting him dead right then and there. Shoots him right in the head. Now, at this time now, he goes into the bedroom of his younger sister, Jael. She's up and she's visibly upset. She's crying. He shoots her. And then finally, the baby, Angelina, 2 years of age, she's sleeping through all of this. And he shoots and kills her. So now he's just killed 4 members of his family. So now all he has to do now to complete his mission, whatever jacked up idea he has in his head, he's waiting for the final one. He's waiting for his dad. His dad is working graveyard shift at the mission. So his dad usually works 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. His job there was kind of like a pseudo security guard. He would check in residents, hand out blankets, just kind of walk the grounds, making sure nobody's trying to break in or what have you. So he gets off of work and he comes home, and little does he know that his son is lying in wait using the same rifle, the same weapon that his dad used and taught him how to use. He's lying in wait in the bathroom downstairs, and as soon as his dad comes home, he shoots him, kills him, puts him down, he's dead. He's just killed 5 members of his family. So now that you're 15 years old and you just killed your entire family that you live with, well, what do you do now? So he decides he's gonna go visit his 12-year-old girlfriend. Now, a 15-year-old kid and you got a 12-year-old girlfriend, that's pretty strange, that's pretty weird. Like I said, somebody described this guy as just pretty strange, and guys, let's not forget, he doesn't go to school. He's homeschooled. He doesn't have interactions with people his own age. So when you first hear that, you're like, this guy's a creep. But then when you think about it, he doesn't know what it's like to be a 15-year-old teenager. And he's probably only allowed to associate with people from the church. So slim pickings, slim choosings, call it whatever you want. She's 12, whatever, I don't know. That's the story. He goes to the girlfriend's house and he tells her, hey, now this gets a little murky, but he basically tells his girlfriend, my mom's dead. My family's dead. And he would later go on to show her a picture. Now, I don't know when the 12-year-old decides that it's a good idea to tell somebody that, your boyfriend just showed you a picture of his dead mother. So they go to church later on that day, and one of the guys, I guess he was like kind of like the security guy of the church, when he sees Nehemiah, he thinks it's strange that, well, where's your family? Because you don't just show up to church by yourself. Obviously, Greg and Sarah are going to be along with the other children. And so he says, hey, where's Greg? Where's your dad? And Nehemiah says, he's dead. My family died. Okay, well, what happened? He's like, I think somebody broke in and killed him. I don't know. So he's looking at him. He's like, okay. He doesn't seem visibly upset. He doesn't seem like he's been crying or anything like that. He's just kind of matter-of-factly just says, like, they're dead, like how I would tell you what I ate for breakfast today. So he's concerned. So he takes Nehemiah with another guy and they start heading up to the family's home. But before he leaves, he calls 911. And he's saying, hey, this kid's telling me that his family's dead. We're going to the house right now. You might want to meet us there. So they get to the house. I'm imagining they arrived there before the police. So they open the door and sure enough, Greg is dead there in the living room. And Sarah is with Zephaniah upstairs in the bedroom. And then the other kids are in their room and they're all dead. Each one had been shot in the head once. I want to say Jael, for I don't know what reason, was shot 3 times. So the police get there and they see this carnage, blood everywhere, just something that police don't ever want to see, is multiple bodies, murders in one place. So they take Nehemiah down to the station and they ask him what happened. And he tells them, oh yeah, I just came home and they're dead. Yep, just came home and they're dead. And well, he says, okay, well, why didn't you call the police? Like when you first found them. Why'd you go to your girlfriend's house and hang out with her and then go to church later on in the evening? And he said, I don't know, I was nervous. I was gonna get around to calling the police. And as the cop is talking to this dude, again, Nehemiah has no remorse. There's nothing. Normally, when you find out that your family, that something bad has happened to them, you're gonna at least bare minimum be visibly upset, right? You're gonna be visibly upset. You might even be hysterical. You might be crying. No, this guy is very, very, very reserved. So after a few hours of them grilling him and trying to get down to exactly what happened, they're asking him, hey, if you just seen them and they were murdered, why did you have 2 rifles with you when you went to your girlfriend's house? Tell us the freaking truth, dude. We're tired of messing with you. What happened? Did you do this? Did you kill your family? And finally he confesses. Yes, I killed him. Okay, well, obviously the first question that I would want to know if I'm a police officer, if I'm a detective, is why did you kill your family? And he says, well, my mom, she's just annoying. She's just annoying, and I got tired of her. We got into an argument, and I just decided I'm just done with it. I just killed everybody. And so he tells the detective that he didn't follow through with his original plan. See, because his original plan was to kill his family and then perhaps try to convince his girlfriend to kill her family, and then they could go off together and have this kind of happy life. Or maybe instead of convincing her to kill her family, maybe I'm just gonna go to Walmart and just commit a mass shooting and then get into a firefight with the cops and then they'll kill me. So just a very, very malicious killer with no remorse, no soul, no nothing. So he's 15 at the time of the murder, so they arrested him and charged him with the murders of his parents. And I don't understand this part. They charged him with, instead of charging him with the murders of his younger brother and 2 younger sisters, they charged him with child abuse resulting in death. Again, I don't get it. So he's not charged as an adult yet. The only thing I can kind of figure out why they charged him as a juvenile first is to see if he's able to be rehabilitated. Because the law states that if he's going to be charged as a juvenile, by the time he's 21 years of age, he's going to be released. However, it's going to be up to the courts in discretion on whether they're going to maintain that this case is going to remain in the juvenile courts or they're going to bump it up to the adult courts. Now, of course, Nehemiah, he's at some psychiatric wing of the jail, wherever they're housing him out. And, well, this guy, he wouldn't be able to remain out of trouble. Now, you got defense attorneys who are telling the courts, telling the judge that, oh, my client, he was abused. He has brain damage. He wasn't able to grow up as a normal teenager because his family kept such a tight hold of him where he wouldn't have the normal social interactions of a normal 15-year-old kid where he would have friends. He was basically kept closeted and was abused by his parents. And as a matter of fact, they're so desperate to show the courts that this dude has some kind of brain damage, which they're, I don't know, they're blaming it on beatings from his dad, supposedly, where if he would smack him upside the head or whatever. They showed the MRI in court, and, well, the prosecutor, they got to bring in their own experts. And the doctor who studied the MRI of Nehemiah's brain says that, you know, he doesn't really have any more damage to his brain than somebody would have where if they were riding a roller coaster, they would suffer whiplash. Like, there's nothing there. Like, there could be something there, but in my opinion, this is nonsense. There's nothing there. And so while Nehemiah is at court, he's trying to maintain a sense of him being normal, which he's not, because he's a sick creep. So you have a couple weeks before he's going to turn 21. And you would think that if by this time now, it's already been about 6 years. It's been about 6 years that you've been locked away, and your attorneys, your court-appointed attorneys, are telling you, hey, you might not want to get into any kind of trouble while you're behind bars. Pretty much try to stay as normal as you can. But this guy, he cannot do it. He cannot do it. So he's about to turn 21 years of age. He's about to be released. Well, unless the court determines that they're going to charge him as an adult. So there's a court hearing, and, well, the judge in the matter, he's like, okay, so we're going to determine whether, you know, you're going to be released in a matter of weeks. But, well, there's a couple problems with Nehemiah, other than the fact that he murdered 5 people and is showing no remorse. Again, he's showing absolutely no remorse at all whatsoever. So, as he was behind bars, he develops feelings for his state-appointed psychologist. And this woman's name right here is Amber Lucero. And he really likes Amber Lucero. And, you know, Amber likes him too. So they started some kind of a romantic relationship behind bars. Now, they didn't have sex or anything like that, but there was some kissing away from the cameras and some groping. I don't know how he got caught with that. I guess maybe they accidentally did something, or maybe he said something, I don't know. So you have that. Oh, and then also the charmer that he is. Nehemiah convinces a resident of this treatment facility that he's at that he convinces him, where the court describes this other person as developmentally delayed. He convinces him to give him oral sex. Okay, all right, so we have these 2 marks. Oh, and by the way, here's the cherry on top of this creepy sundae. He tells the guards, the jail guards, the COs at this place, he says, if I don't get released, I'm gonna kill all of you. Oh, well, if you put it that way, then we're definitely gonna release you. You can kind of see what kind of person we're dealing with, right? I mean, do I need to say any more about how we should keep this guy behind bars forever? So the court determines that, no, you're not going to get released. It's probably in the best interest of the public good that you stay behind bars. So they ended up sentencing him to 30 years in prison for each murder. Now, however, I don't know why, but they sentenced him to 30 years in prison for the murders of the three children. Second-degree murder. I don't know why it wasn't first. And they also sentenced him to 7 years in prison for the murders of his parents. Now, this is all going to be ran concurrent, meaning together. Sometimes sentences are ran consecutive where you would stack these years where you would be getting people that get 140 years or something. So currently right now, Nehemiah is behind bars here in a prison in New Mexico. So he got the 30 years with the possibility of parole. So guys, I hate to say it, but I do see this guy getting out. I don't think he's gonna make his first parole. I think this guy's just gonna continue to get write-ups in prison. He's just psycho. So any little infraction, if he's, has contraband, if he's at a place he's not supposed to be, they will be writing him up. It will all be in his prison record. So he will be 52 years of age when he first goes up for parole. And I guarantee you it's gonna be denied. There's no way in hell this guy's gonna get parole. However, if he lives long enough, hey, you turn 70, 72, 73 years old, and now you're an elderly man, and the parole board, they weren't alive at the time these murders were committed, I could see them letting him go at that time. But that's the only way I see him ever being released. He will be an elderly man, and in my personal opinion, he should never be released. He's just one of those guys, you just put him away forever and ever and ever. So this is all that's left of the Griegos is just this monument right here with the names of the murder victims. Okay guys, I am out of here. I'm hitting the road. I'll see you on the next video. Be good out there. Peace out.
witches, 3 bitches, 3 wishes, burn the witches, burn the witches. The time for evil is over. Team Evil is going to burn and smolder. Flames will rise, smoke will drift. Send the demons into the abyss. Viking strong, Viking strong. Pounding drums, I am Viking strong. Viking strong, Viking strong. Sound of the drum, I am Viking strong. Evil will sink in misery. It's truth that I cherish. I eat demons with coffee and cream. Viking strong, Viking strong. Sound of the drum, I am Viking strong. They should. Fighting evil is badass, and we love winning. Viking strong, the Raven King can do anything.